Who's coming in?
Well, I've just gavelled us in, and I welcome all of you to this court and ask at this time that you please rise for invocation. We have Bishop Edmund Carmody with us, Bishop Emeritus, and please remain standing after invocation for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to our Texas flag. Welcome, Bishop.
Lord our God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this beautiful season that we are experiencing in our life. Lord, we ask you to bless our county judge and the 4 commissioners who have served our county so faithfully, dedicated themselves to making sure that our county experience justice and peace and joy. Lord, continue to bless them. May they have a wonderful, wonderful Christmas season. Bless their families also. Lord, family is the most important aspect of our community. Lord, when we have good families, we have a good community, and we have a good country. So bless the county judge and their family and her 4 commissioners and their families. Lord, protect them, give them health, give them a wonderful Christmas. Bless all the members of Nueces County. Lord, as we travel around the streets here, we see the lights on all the trees. Lord, you remember in the ancient times, the tree represented you. And we still continue that beautiful practice. Now we put lights on our trees and bless those families who put on those lights. They accept you as their Lord and Savior. Bless the homes that have the lights on them. Again, saying their home is truly a blessed home, that you're in their home and you're Lord in their home. Bless all who serve this county. Bless our judges and our leaders and our law enforcement. Bless them all, Lord. Keep them safe, keep them healthy, and keep them focused on doing good, helping all of us to be the best version of ourselves we can be. Lord, you call us to do great things. May we do great things. Bless all the families here in Nueces County. May they have a joyful Christmas. May they have peace and harmony in their homes. And Lord, may they radiate that joy out to others, as they do by lights in their home, a star on their roof, and the trees are decorated. Lord, here in this county, you are Lord and Master. Bless all those who have given their time, and given their time to others is given their life to others. Sometimes it's a challenge, Lord, but you know the hearts of all people. Bless them and guide them. Lord, give them all a very blessed Christmas and a wonderful New Year. Blessings in our court and all who serve. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Bishop. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Once again, thank you for our beautiful invocation and prayer for the families of Nueces County. At this time, I'll note for the record that it's December 14th, 2022, and we are here on the Nueces County Commissioners Courtroom. It's located on the third floor of the Nueces County Courthouse. Address is 901 North Leopard. The time is 8:46 a.m., and I do note for the record that all commissioners are present, although at this moment one just stepped out, but all commissioners are present, and therefore, as the presiding officer, I will certify that a quorum has been established. At this time, I will make the announcement on disclosures of conflicts of interest and ask if anyone has a conflict of interest or an appearance of a conflict of interest with items on this agenda. It is important that you shall declare it at this time. At this time, are there any conflicts of interest? If there were, members would have to refrain from voting and are asked to refrain from discussion. If you discover later in the meeting that a conflict does occur, please notify us, and we will not only announce the disclosure, but ask you to fill out some paperwork as well. All right, well, seeing that we have no announcements, I'll move straight to Rebecca, who has an important safety briefing for us. I'd ask that you give her your attention.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, and attendees. Our safety briefing for today, December 14th, is being held in the Nueces County Commissioners Courtroom. The restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the third floor atrium past the Human Resources Office. There is a fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom and also 5 additional fire extinguishers located throughout the atrium area. Bleed control stations are on every floor. In the event of a cardiac emergency, an AED is located on the right wall next to the Human Resources Office. Participant for today, who will be responsible for dialing 911, will be Connie. In the event of evacuation, our egress route will be slowly down the atrium stairs, proceeding out the doors located on the LaPan Street side of the courthouse, and assemble in the parking lot across the street. It is important to stay together. Should there be a need to shelter in place, depending upon the severity of the shelter in place, the courtroom double doors will be secured and remain secure until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. And I would like to tell Nueces County Merry Christmas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and same to you and your family, Rebecca. At this time, I'm following the agenda, but I don't see Mr. Arriola. I'm happy to skip, unless, Deputy, will you see if Mr. Al Arriola, never mind, he's going to come in a little bit later this morning. I'll hold on item G. Pass to move to, Maggie, I'm also missing some of the judges as well for item H. When I do see them, I will come right back to those recognitions. Item H1 and H2 are important recognitions, but I'm going to wait for their entrance. I'll move on to H3, and the woman I just referred to help me answer that question is the same amazing woman that I've been turning to for the past 4 years here at Nueces County, and before that, 6 years at the Port of Corpus Christi. But the truth is that Nueces County has looked to her for the last 28 years of incredible service, and this is my opportunity to do what I do almost every court. I get to place my signature on a certificate that says the following words: "We hereby express our sincere appreciation to Margaret M. Turner, grateful recognition for 4 years of service with Nueces County." And it's signed the last day of your employment, December 31st. It'll be the last day of mine as well. We came in together, and we shall go out together. And we made, I think, an indelible impact on not only our third floor, but on emergency management. And I cannot thank you enough for not just these years of service, Maggie, but for the service that you've given Nueces County. I was thinking this morning when all the talk on ABC News was about cold fusion and new energy and renewable energies, and I was thinking, 25 years ago when we started, or when you started in business development at the port, I bet you could have never imagined that all the new, clean, and renewable energies would be our future. But as they say, you were cool before it was cool to be cool in wind development. And so every time I see a wind turbine, I'm going to be thinking of you still. But most importantly, I'll think about all the things that nobody will ever know, all the sacrifices that you made, all the days on Saturdays, Sundays, midnight, 2 a.m. through emergency management in an unprecedented time in history. And although I don't believe that this certificate does it justice, I hope that you will accept it. You always say for love and loyalty, and you have mine. Thank you. Let me come give you this and a hug.
Are they all signed?
Yeah.
Is she signed? Yeah, that's fine.
Would you all turn to the minutes on I-1 and see if you can provide a motion for the approval of the December 7th minutes at this time? It's I-1.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and by Gonzalez, second by Mattis. Any discussion on these minutes? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. That motion carries. We'll move to the consent agenda. It's got A through P located on it. I know you've had a time. I didn't see any. Let me just, you're right. Let me just announce, thank you, Kara. And also, we may open it when the judges come back in, okay? But at this time, there is nobody signed up on public comment, but I always do ask whether online, if there's anybody that might like to make public comment. Okay. Yes?
Yes.
Would you, Mr. Rios would like to make a public comment? Would you like to sign up? Give us just a moment. Is there anybody online that would like to make public comment? At this time, just raise your icon of a hand by your name and we can call upon you. Okay. And Aaron Rios will be next.
Excuse me, Judge, we're still on consent agenda?
No, we're at public comment.
Oh,
and
okay.
I heard you. Now, I knew I heard a yes. Jeremy Coleman, is that you online? It's just coming up NAACP.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. You'll be next, following gentlemen here in the courtroom. Is it on a particular agenda item? Would you like to wait till that agenda item, or would you like to go now? It's up to you.
I'd like to go now. 'Cause
Go ahead.
I'm working.
And just, you'll see that Connie's got your clock on, and
Yes.
you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Okay. My name is Aaron Rios.
Okay.
I work for the county, and I've done 36 years of central plant, and I'm responsible for building maintenance here. I'm a foreman here, and my concern is several months ago we brought up the issue about the boilers, about them being unsafe, and I don't think anybody has know the effect of it. The state has been involved, and they've ruled the boilers unsafe, and so I just wanted to make sure that I've seen incidents here at the courthouse that has made I actually seen stuff here that's happened, and I've actually been in the equipment room and shut down equipment or have somebody shut down equipment because of that. And they don't realize that. You know, this border project has gone a year over that it's supposed to, and it needs to be finished. And we're still having gone through our punch list of items that hasn't been done. You know, it looks like smoke and mirrors that they're just feeding y'all. So that was my concern.
Thank you.
Thank you for your concern.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rios.
All right, Mr. Jeremy Coleman, recognizing you, sir, online under Connie, the NAACP, 6168.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. I just wanted to be brief. I apologize for not being there in person, but I did want to say to Judge Canales and Commissioner Marquez and Commissioner Jag and Hernandez and all the others who have supported the NAACP, and also for your assistance with us with a program that we look to see to come into play in 2023 through our chapter, through our organization. But what I wanted to say to Judge Canales, our NAACP Executive Committee and State Office held a meeting 3 days ago. I called the meeting, and then I shared with our executive officers yesterday, the day before, and some of them may come up to the courthouse just to say thank you to all you all personally for your support and our partnership. But I do want to share with you that we truly appreciate the service that you give and did give over these past 4 years. And I strongly believe that we have some great commissioners that are currently there and who are going to continue on to doing the work for our community.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I don't think we have anybody else, Connie, online, so I think we'll move on. And except for that, I just saw Judge Sandra Watts walk in, so I'm going to recall item H2 and ask that, thank you. I'm going to close public comment at this time. And again, I'm going to reserve in case somebody comes back in. So I'll direct your attention, please, to H2 in recognition of the Honorable Sandra Watts of the 117th District Court for her years of service to Nueces County. Now, I can honestly say that I have known Judge Watts when she was Mrs. Watts. And Mrs. Watts was a great mother and a great lawyer. I did not know you when you were a teacher, but I know that you gave 10 years of service as a school teacher. And one of the things that I loved most about what you said at your retirement party is that you've never stopped teaching. And I totally believe that. Every time I'm in a room with you, I'm learning something. And sometimes it's not necessarily the law. It could just be a principle or maybe a way to emulate, a decisive action. It's always very impressive to me how you're always absorbing information and then regurgitating it and then teaching others. But after you became a teacher, you wanted to go to law school. And I remember the famous days of 3 days a week on Southwest Airlines. And that emerged not just a triumphant lawyer, but a lawyer who was first in her class, coming home to have a successful practice of law for over 21 years as a lawyer, as a family lawyer. And as was said by, I know all your children are your favorites, but the one that I've known the longest, who introduced you, said that you better be on her side, otherwise you were on the wrong side in that family law case. So for 21 years, you helped men and women, you helped families go through the most difficult times in their life. And then you decided to embark on becoming a judge, and then you've spent another 2 decades here with us at Nueces County Courthouse. And just when we thought that the accolades were maybe going to transfer to a different arena, you have been selected to be our auxiliary court judge, and I cannot think of a finer selection, simply because we need you so much. And I believe that this small token of our appreciation and affection, in the form of a certificate with our signatures collectively on them, is but just a token of the overall just admiration we all have for you. Anybody that's had any time in the courthouse knows your dedication to drug court, to families, to mental health, to those risk assessments that really became the prototype for what we have now, which wasn't as good as what you brought us, but at least they figured out that we needed it. And I just think that this is a very fitting tribute, but we're going to have to do another one when you decide not to be the auxiliary court judge anymore. So this is your almost retirement certificate, but you certainly have made an indelible impression upon the Corpus Christi Bar Association, the State Bar of Texas, and of course, Nueces County, in grateful recognition for your, it says 19, Sandy. Judge, I don't know.
19 years and 9 months.
Gosh, we should have put that on there.
I retired effective September 30th.
I see. Well, in honor of the 19 years and 9 months of service with Nueces County, we do hereby express our sincere appreciation, and we invite you to the podium. But first, let us do what we have been doing since the beginning of civilization when we honor our heroes. Thank you so much.
I think the first thing I want to tell you is I'm a very punctual judge. I was told 9 o'clock and I walked in here 3 minutes of 9, but I do thank you for the recognition. I didn't realize I was going to get to this age so fast, and when I ran for judge, I had no idea there was mandatory retirement. And so when I ran the last time, that's when I learned, okay, I can run one more term. I would have probably ran another one, but the statute says I have to retire, which is what I did. I cannot tell you how gratifying it has been to serve as a Nueces County District Judge. Been probably the highlight, although I loved all 3 of my career paths. I think I grew in the job, and I hope that I have been someone who was able to touch positively a lot of folks in our community. So I thank you for the recognition. You're going to see me around, but you're not going to see me around every single day or every week. I do have a couple weeks off in this new gig, and I will serve as long as I receive an assignment from the 5th Region, or as long as the grant runs out. One or the other.
Well,
so thank you again.
Thank you. And any lawyer knows you all better be prepared, because what 19.9 years of service does is hone your experience. So young lawyers, you're about to get the most seasoned auxiliary court judge you could possibly have in the great Lone Star State.
I don't know about that seasoned.
Judge, if
Does
I
that
could
mean old?
No, Commissioner
To add
Chesney
to-
wants to add.
add to your comments, Judge Watts, you've just always been such a pillar of this community, and it's so appreciated. And as a former young lawyer who both you helped as a family lawyer as I was becoming one, and as a judge, as a lawyer in your court, and as a young judge, or not young, but as a beginning rookie judge, you were always super helpful, and you never, and people always talk about judges having to run on partisan labels, and as a brief moment in time that I served, I never looked at someone who came into my court as to what party they represented from a lawyer standpoint or a client standpoint, and you were the epitome of that. You were an equal opportunity kick them in the butt person. You were an equal opportunity hold them to the and I appreciate that. I mean, there was never a time as an attorney in this community that someone could say to me or would say to me that you're not going to get a fair shake in Judge Watts' court, and that's really the bottom line in being a judge. Is you want people to say that you got a fair shake and she followed the law and did it with class and dignity, and you certainly epitomized that And I appreciate your long service to this community, and I've just known you personally since I was a very, very young man from church. So our lineage goes way, way back. And so congratulations on your retirement. I know you would have sat there forever had you been allowed to, and we would have been benefited from you sitting there forever had you been allowed to. But we're glad you're going to be around in some capacity, and thank you very much for your years of service, not only on the bench, but just to the community as a whole. You've just done so much outside of your bench to improve this community, and it's greatly appreciated.
Thank you. I do want to say one thing, that I ran repeatedly, I think 5 times, and I did not draw a Democrat or a Republican opponent in all that time period. So I do believe that I never saw labels, never. It's the law and it's the facts of the case.
Agreed.
Congratulations,
Very
Judge.
good.
Thank you very much.
And we'd like to present this to you, and if you would allow us a photo, I bet all of the commissioners would like that.
Your Honor, if I could say something real quick, because I'm a
Of
appointed
course.
official.
Of course.
About 10 years ago, I had an interview for the position I'm in, and Judge Watts and Judge Hernandez were in the interview. I really want to appreciate Judge Watts's belief in me and in being able to support me through the time I've been the county auditor. Her and Judge Hernandez were the ones that originally submitted my name to the Board of Judges for appointment. And I'm very grateful for her support and her belief in me and how we've gone through the process. And I want to congratulate her on her retirement, and I look forward to working with her in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Okay.
Judge, we have you to blame for Dale? Is that what we're saying?
Oh, no, you all voted.
All right, our fault.
We just recommended.
Take it easy on yourself. No mercy.
Got to get all of them.
You shake hands.
Shake hands with Barbara. Thank you very much. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. We're short. 1, 2, 3. I do. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I do want to say one thing to all the commissioners and the judge. In 20 years, I have come before you on a number of times requesting certain things, and, I can remember one time coming, and I appreciate everything you've done for the judges, all of the technology that you have, in effect, bestowed on us, but I got to tell you, my favorite thing are 4 elevators. I came before you, and I said, we've gotten so accustomed to just having 2 elevators work that, that became the norm. I said, but when we're down to 1 elevator, I think we need to address this problem. So, and our new elevators even talk to us. We like it. Thank you for everything you've done for the judges.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
We do date back
Yes,
way.
a long time. A long
Thank you
time.
very much. Thank you for your service.
Judge, I actually remember when you were flying back and forth to Houston.
That's a long time ago.
That's a long
I used to say that I was trying to develop an adverse possession claim on the right wing of Southwest Airlines.
As well as you did.
Thank you. Thank you.
And because I also saw him come in the room, and I know he wants to get back to his workplace, please allow me to refer you back to item G. And it's my pleasure to introduce you, in case you have not already met him, our new CEO of the United Corpus Christi Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Al Arriola, Jr. And Al, welcome. Would you just say a few words of introduction? As they say, you got here in a flash and then you started working so fast. The holidays came upon us, and I wanted to make sure that Nueces County greeted you properly.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge Collins, for the invitation. Members of the commission, thank you for allowing me to be here today. I have had the pleasure of meeting some of you and also your staffs. Appreciate all the work you do for the greater Coastal Bend area. Also, too, want to give you guys a thank you. One of my first internships in college when I came here to A&M Corpus Christi was with the county. I worked in court administration for Judge Bañales back then, and it was a paid internship, so thank you for that, too. I appreciated the experience, and honestly, it was probably a piece of the seeding of why I ended up going into this career path, so thank you for that. You guys know our doors at the United Chamber are more than open to you. Thank you for being great partners to that. I hope to continue to steward that relationship and work to advance your interest in the county and again in the Coastal Bend region. I really don't have a lot to say. Like Judge Canales said, I kind of hit the ground running, drinking through a fire hose, getting to know as many stakeholders and partners as I possibly can. But we are engaging in our own strategic planning starting in January, and I hope to share that vision with the court, what the organization is going to look like in the next 3-5 years. So, again, thank you for your time this morning. I appreciate all y'all do, and I hope to see you again soon.
Thank you. And I just wanted to point out, I don't know if you've met Ms. Hernandez. She's our court administrator, but another important stakeholder to know. And, of course, there's electeds that run around. There's more electeds per square foot here
Right.
in Nueces County Courthouse than anywhere else. And so this is a good place to hang out. So we invite you back often. And, of course, we're proud to support the United Corpus Christi Chamber of
Well,
Commerce.
Judge, if I could take a point of privilege,
Yes.
too. Thank you for all your service over the years. Thank you for everything you've done. Even prior to my capacity at the United Chamber, you were always accessible to me when I worked in San Antonio. You came to a forum that we had, and you really articulated a lot of the excitement that's happening here in the Bend. And so thank you for all your work, too.
Grateful.
Thank
Thank
you,
you. All right. So now we do have another recognition, but as I have been informed, Judge Valdez is calling a docket. So let's hold on that, and let's move all the way to that consent agenda, and then I am going to advance the Metrocom piece. The consent agenda has items A through P, and I would ask for your review, and if there are any that need any clarifications, or if you have
I've got a few.
a question. Would you tell me which one, please?
Yes, ma'am. I've got C,
C.
J, I'm sorry, C as in cat,
Yeah.
J, K, and L.
Was that first one J, K, and L?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, J, K, and L, got it.
And that's 4 that I've got.
All righty. Anybody else?
I've got one.
Okay, which one?
This is on consent agenda.
Correct.
I got C,
We already pulled it.
okay. And that's the only one I got.
Okay,
I got number E.
you got letter E.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, super. Okay, may I have a motion at this time? Commissioner Modis, do you have any? No. Okay. Is there a motion to approve A, B, F, G, H, I, and M through P for the record?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Let's take them in alpha order. Item C was pulled by 2 commissioners. It could be different bills, so I'll yield to Commissioner Chesney first and have you direct that straight to Dale.
Yeah, Judge, I only had one question on that, and it was the Porter Rogers bill. It was redacted. I'd like to pull that bill only. That's my issue, and be able to review that bill in executive session or privately.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Okay.
We'll pull that one, but that way we can approve the others. And Commissioner Hernandez, what is yours?
I've got item 21 and 22, Bracewell and Branscombe.
Okay, is that something you want to take to executive session? Those are both law firms?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay.
I also have Lakewood Andrews Newman, and item 10, Lockwood Andrews and Newman, which is
Number 10,
9 and 10, Judge.
number 9 and 10. Is that executive session questions?
Yes, I think it would be.
Okay, is it, I have to make certain, is it, you have a legal, the other ones were lawyers, Do you have a legal basis for your taking that to executive session? If
Well, I
not,
don't know if I have legal basis or not. I give that up to the county judge. Let me know. I'm just asking questions about it.
It may be that it's just solely a billing question.
That's what it is.
okay, then I can't take that to executive session, but I will definitely take all the lawyers' bills to executive, given that there are some redactions and that they pertain to legal or litigation or some contract service that they're performing. How about items 9 and 10? Can you direct your inquiry to Dale? These are, I'm sure Dale's looking at them right now.
Did we include 21 for executive session?
Yes, we
21?
did.
You did?
Yes, we did.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Hernandez, I'll let you ask your bill, what is your billing question? And Dale's looking at it right now. Number 9, Bill, I'm sorry, number 9 on the list, Dale, and number 10 on the list.
Judge, I had one more. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Is it on item C?
Yes, it is.
Okay, can you give me the number, just so I'll keep it?
It's a bill. It's just, I had questions on a bill, and I was going back and forth on this bill with Lisa. I kind of needed to ask her where this all landed. This was one of it. Is
Okay,
she
what-
around, Dale?
What number is it?
I'm sorry, it's number 2, Sally Palmer. There were some emails that went back and forth this week with Lisa involved, and I never got an answer, so I kind of need her to come in.
Okay, we can call her on that, but let's let Commissioner Hernandez get his question in
That's why I was
first.
just giving her a heads.
Yeah, Sally Palmer is with UTMSI, and that project, as I recall, is the observation deck.
Right.
And her services are within the budget of the observation deck. Even though I wasn't included on the initial emails, I'm aware of the situation. So maybe we could ask Lisa to come in so that we can solve that issue, and I believe Scott Cross is on the line as well.
That's fine. I was just saying I just needed Lisa to come in, so you can, I didn't mean to, I was just trying to give him a heads up because she wasn't in the room.
Okay, Commissioner Hernandez, I'm sorry, but it's back in your court. You're asking a question regarding item number 9, so we
Yes,
can.
it's $21,000 of program management, and I just want to know what, for ABM Energy Savings, performance.
Which one are
contract?
you, which one?
It's number 9.
Or nine? Because there's several. Okay.
There's no attachment to that, right? I don't have an attachment to it.
So when he's asking a question, Dale, that has to do with this invoice, would it be helpful if I give you just a little bit of time so that you can pull these and then we can come back to them?
Yes, Your Honor, well, if you give me a few minutes, we'll
Yeah,
pull the
let's
information we
do
have
that.
and get the
Let-
information available.
Is that acceptable, Commissioner Hernandez? He needs some
Yes,
time
ma'am,
to
it
look
is.
it over.
Yes, it is, Judge.
And the same thing with Sally Palmer, if you'll text Lisa and we can get that inquiry.
And then, so Judge, we
to us.
pulled
We're gonna-
2, 9, 10, 18, and which other one on this?
No, let me refer to it as number 2, number 9, and number 10.
And 18.
I did not hear 18. Who
That was
pulled
mine.
18? That was
mine,
yours?
to begin with.
18
And what's
20
18 on?
That's the redacted bill that I
Oh,
need
that's,
unredacted.
well, that one I already pulled. I'm calling it Porter Rogers.
No, I was just
But I'll
making-
take the number. Yeah, 18.
and 21.
We've got 18, 9, 10, and 2, 21, and 22. Okay, Kara? Those are
Yeah.
just being
Say
on hold
23.
right now.
The attorneys,
Can I
23.
have yes, they're Bracewell and Branscombe.
So,
So it's
just so it's
23 also.
clean.
Yeah, let me
can
do
we
it again
just-
for you.
Can we just hold all of it? You don't have to, because you may approve everything at once.
The only,
Is that okay?
the only thing about that is that it's fine. We can do it. Sometimes it's nice for them to start paying people, like the minute we approve,
Well,
they start going to pay.
They won't do it. That won't happen because it goes through my office and they'll send it Friday. So regardless, it doesn't go out today. So it's okay.
Okay, then we'll just hold on it.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
All right, let's move to, and again, we're just holding for a moment. And, well, the moment has arrived.
Number E.
Lisa, there is a question on paying a bill. It's item number 2 on the special motions list. It's C, 2C on consent. And the question is,
The Sally Palmer stuff.
Sally Palmer,
I never heard back from Mr. Cross. I can reach out to Alana or Monica to get more information, but everything that I emailed you is all I had.
So the emails basically were saying that Lisa was questioning whether or not this had been approved by the court and that these were coming out of my COs, and we were waiting on information, so maybe Scott is on the line.
Yeah, he's online.
He
Let me
can
ask him to unmute.
clarify, but Lisa couldn't find where this was ever voted on, that it was only discussed.
During a budget workshop,
Right.
but it never came back to court, and budget workshop isn't actionable
Right, but
because
Ms.
it's not properly
Right,
noticed
let's
and there's no minutes.
Let's ask Scott, because this Sally Palmer's work is inside the original budget for curation.
Yes.
The reason your COs are there, my recollection is that you and I both contributed to the observation deck. So this is a person who did curation for the exhibits, rather than using the expensive iZone or iMuseum, can't remember the name, Museum Arts.
Museum.
What are they called? Anyway, the point is that Sally Palmer is doing the curation for the observation deck. It's within the budget of the original observation deck budget,
But it
and
was
that's
never-
why
but
your
she's saying it was
COs.
never voted on, so I'm trying to figure out if it was ever voted on. So if Scott wants to answer, because we never got that response from, we were going back and forth and we never got a response on email versus Scott. So Scott, do you have an answer? Because I don't remember ever voting on this, but.
Commissioner, all I know is that the budget that was approved to deal with the educational signage and the safety signage and stuff that we've actually worked with Kiwanis on inside that space, along with the ADA ramp, was approved by y'all at some point in time. I don't know what the funding source was, whether it was CO or whatever it was, but we've been moving towards completing that mission, using those funds, diligently and sparingly to try to complete this project by the end of January, which is what we agreed to do with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. And so Daryl in IT, Ide, Belinda, myself, and purchasing have all been the project team that have been working on this. And as we've had costs that come up to finish the mission that we were charged with, then we would work with Teresa, and Teresa would do her magic with the budget that we had through the auditor's office. As far as this being part of any budget workshop, I'm not aware of that at all. This was not part of my budget workshop when I went to budget. This was already approved by y'all, and so I've been working with the budget y'all gave me.
Right, but I guess what I'm trying to get to is where did the whole Sally Palmer contract come from? I think that's what Lisa was referring to as.
I honestly just wanted to know if if the new was on top of what we'd already paid, or if it was in addition to what we previously paid, or if this is a separate thing because it's the exact same proposal.
Originally, if I may interject, we consulted with Sally over at UTMSI because she is doing all the curation for their space over there. That's not a skill set that I have with curating educational displays.
No,
So
Scott,
we
that
did
wasn't
the
the question.
historical
I'm trying to get to where this came from. Like, did the Parks Board do it? Did you do it? Did somebody ask for it? I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I don't remember the court, it being presented to us. It would have, maybe I'm forgetting. I don't remember it coming forward and, saying this is what we're going to do and here's the displays we're going to do, and that the Parks Board sign off on this. Did we sign off on this? Where did this come?
Y'all both did. Y'all both did, because the proposal that was submitted to U.S. Fish and Wildlife that Maria had worked up with the team to get us in compliance was brought to court, and the court approved that. It was not my agenda item, but Maria from Grants brought it. The court approved it. We submitted it to U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife said, okay, yes, we'll accept this, move forward. And so all of this is in line with that proposal that the court adopted. That
Scott, the specific proposal from Sally Palmer, I know what we did with Fish and Wildlife, but that was you're saying that this was brought to the court, Sally Palmer? I don't remember Sally Palmer being brought to the court. I remember, I'm very clear on what we approved with Fish and Wildlife. I'm asking, when did the Sally Palmer part get approved? By the court or the Parks Board?
It got approved via a PO from the Park Board, because Kim Zahn is also one of our Park Board, or Kim Zahn Witten, is also on a committee with our board on this project, serving the board. And so we just did it via PO, following the procurement policies that we have for a PO.
That's all I was asking. So it went through the Parks Board, And it was approved by the Parks Board.
Yes.
So the Parks Board voted on this, and they voted to do this.
Yes.
That's all I was
Well,
asking.
shouldn't that come to us?
Okay,
And it's within
I
budget.
mean, I think it would have been nice that we would have
Yeah.
seen it, because it is,
Right.
we did fund that facility, and it would have been nice for us to know, because, I'm glad we're using UTMSI. That's what I argued for in the first place, and not using the library system was to use UTMSI, but it would have been nice if this had come to us, and maybe it did, and I'm not remembering, but I don't remember us having any presentation or seeing it or getting anything that said this is what we're going to do. But did that come to us, Scott? Did that ever get forwarded up to us? They had the right.
Sir, I can't remember. I know we've had a lot of discussion about what we were going to do in the space outside of what we committed to U.S. Fish and Wildlife, so I can't say for sure we did or we did not.
Same thing. Y'all, the Parks Board doesn't like when they get left out of stuff by us, and we don't like when so it's the same, it's kind of the same thing. We didn't know anything about, I don't remember seeing this. This caught me off guard. I was involved in those emails. I didn't hear a final response from you on that, so that's why we're having to ask questions today. And so I'm fine with the Parks Board doing it. I think UTMSI is a great use of it. It would have been nice to not been caught off guard, and when Lisa sends it and said these were Commissioner Chesney's COs, then I have to go, well, wait a minute, I don't remember that either. So I'd like to see what she's doing. I'd like to have not a presentation, but if someone could send the rest of the court so that the court knows what's going on in our facility, because people are out there doing stuff, and it'd be nice to know. So
I'm
if
sure.
y'all could just pass it on to me, that would be great. And to the whole court, sorry.
Are you fine with moving on item number 2?
Well, I think the questions that Lisa had, we haven't answered yet. So Lisa,
I can get with Scott.
okay. 'Cause
Scott,
that was-
the question that Lisa has is this additional dollars, or is this
Yes,
within budget?
Yes, it's
not-
additional dollars.
It's
We're
additional
still
dollars.
way-
That's what I needed to know.
It's additional
Okay.
dollars. Is
Thank you.
Can I speak now?
Yes.
It's additional dollars, and here's the comparison. We tried to get a quote from Museum Arts, which is a professional curator for all kinds of facilities, and that's who UTMSI recommended. But they were going to cost about $250,000 to do what we committed to do, and Sally had committed to me. She goes, Scott, I can do this for an extra $20K and get you almost exact museum quality while getting you the durability you need for that kind of space, because it's open to the public and it's exposed to the elements. And I said, well, that's a no-brainer. But I never knew that these were the commissioner's COs. I didn't know what the funding source actually was, and that's my fault, I guess. But
just send us what she's doing, Scott. I'm thrilled
Okay.
with UTMSI. I'm thrilled with Sally Palmer. I just want to know what's going on out there. So
And I'll have-
someone send it to the whole court as to what Sally's going to be doing and putting off the walls so everybody on the court can see it.
Okay, well, this is what I got planned. Sally's actually working on a PowerPoint that we were going to bring in January for the new county judge and the court to present what we've done to check all the boxes to comply with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, which includes her work.
Right. I would just ask that if she already knows what she's going to do and work is being done there, I guess I'm like, they're putting stuff up on, just send that to the court now so that everybody gets to see it. And then you can present it if we put it on the agenda in January, great, and we'll do it then. But I'd just like to know what's going on now, and that's all. So that's great clarification.
And
I
I'll
appreciate
have some time on my hands, so I'll dig up the times on video when we did mention Ms. Palmer and also the meeting that happened at UTMSI that everybody's forgetting about. So again, we've had plenty of conversations, but in the interest of time, let's just move forward. And please get to Commissioner Chesney everything you can regarding the signage and the curated text that will help illustrate the fish, the ecosystem, the Gulf of Mexico for that observation deck. That's part and parcel of the overall requirements, which is going to be wonderful. And that's the only thing that I think the Park Board has been, working with Ms. Palmer, and not just Ms. Palmer. I think there were 15 different agencies there, and I know you were invited too.
Actually, no, I wasn't. I was not invited, and that meeting went on, and I was not invited to it. So if that's the meeting that was discussed, then that makes sense.
There were other meetings as well.
No, but the one you're talking about, where it was the big UTMSI, I was not invited to. I heard about it afterwards, so that would make sense if I didn't hear about it if it was done at that meeting. So I
Well,
don't
it sounds
remember
like
us-
you knew about it,
No,
because
no,
you just
I
said
just said
you
after.
you didn't know about it.
I just said
but
I
you know
heard
about
about
it.
it after. If you listen to what I say, I said I heard about it after because I was called and said, hey, why weren't you at the meeting? I said, well, I wasn't invited. Imagine that. So that's what really happened on that, since you bring that meeting up.
Well, I think
can
it's
we
your
go ahead and
precinct.
vote?
You should know
I'm
everything
very-
there
I'm-
is to know
I'm-
about it.
I'm
Anything
very
else?
clear.
But at the bottom line is that this is a wonderful project, and I have not heard any praise for the project.
Because you weren't listening, because I just said how great Sally Palmer was and how great UTMSI was and how great the project was.
Could
but I
there be a
didn't know
motion
about
in
it.
there to approve item number 2?
Sure.
Thank you. I'll second.
Great.
Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're going to hold on 21 and 22. Yes, who is this?
Excuse me, this is Teresa.
Hey, Teresa.
I just wanted to make a comment. The funds for that Sally Palmer's purchase order that Scott originally had came from the excess funds over in the Horace Caldwell accessible ramp, because there are available a surplus over there, so that's where those funds came from.
Yes, but the
2021
ramp,
seal.
and the
Right,
ramp.
they did not come from Commissioner Chesney's funds.
Thank you. And, okay, thank you. Can you provide that in an email to Commissioner Chesney, just so he has
I
that
will.
breakdown?
I will.
Okay.
I will.
And also copy Lisa. All right,
I-
thank you. On items 21 and 22, those deal with 2 law firms plus 18. That's 3 law firms, and we're going to discuss those in executive session. We'll come out at executive session and make number or letter C more complete for the county clerk, okay?
Your Honor, can we go back to that 910? I just
Oh,
want to know what the
great.
questions are,
Yes.
because the invoices and the letters from the department approving the invoices are in your package, so I just want to know what the question might have been.
On
Perfect.
which one, Dale?
9 and 10?
Going back to Commissioner Hernandez's question on 9 and 10.
I got to catch up.
You want to know what, Dale?
What was the question? Because we have a letter from the Department of Public Works approving the request for this. The invoices are part of the package, and they were approved by Public Works for submission to the public for the special motions. So I just want to know what the questions are on these invoices.
They're on the bills. I've got them too. There's some time on here that's very, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. No, go ahead. That's your item. I'm sorry.
But,
see- I don't
well,
see
that's
the
my
backup.
question. I mean, there's always been problems, with this management people. And I just want-
I'm gonna ask that any derogatory, defamatory comments here, that they at least be warned. I mean,
No, there's no warning. He can say there are problems
Commissioner-
because there are problems. with
I'll-
this.
County
There are
Attorney, I'll go ahead and
constantly
take this to executive session,
We're
and
not
we're gonna
taking it
have
to executive
implications
session,
of
Judge, just
liability
'cause you
here.
don't want it to be heard.
I'll yield to.
What is the
Commissioner Chesney.
question?
Go ahead, Commissioner Chesney.
You know,
I got a lot of questions on these billings from.
They've been approved by Public Works. Would you like to call Juan and discuss that in the off time so we can move on with this agenda?
If you want to pull these items, great, but
No,
not
I'm
approving them
asking
because
what the questions are. You've had this
I'm
packet
trying
since
to
Friday.
ask them, but you
What are
won't
they?
let me.
No, I
The
am.
questions I
What are the
have is
questions to Dale?
My
Please
questions
proceed.
are on the billings. I don't know what Commissioner Hernandez's questions are. Mine are on the billings and some of the time. I've got questions on the time billings that I think are a little steep and a little high.
Well,
Then I
but
have
that's
questions
not
on
a question, that's an opinion, and
No, I
these
have
have been
questions.
approved
Oh,
by Public Works.
I don't care who they've been approved by, Judge. I don't
Well,
care if they've been approved
what
by
is your
the whole
question?
world. The question is, I'd like to know how people justify some of this time on here.
It's
Those are
called
the
work. You should try it. It's
Oh,
work.
yeah, boy, we know that. There we go.
It's work. They
I know
work,
this is your
and they
favorite
log-
company, and you don't ever want to question them, and you may be getting
Okay,
something. I
you're
don't
out of
know.
order again
No,
with
but I
your
have questions on the
defamatory
bills,
comments.
Judge, and you won't let me ask them because you always cover up for
Judge,
everybody.
you're out of order yourself.
Yeah, no kidding.
Commissioner
Out of
Gonzalez.
order.
Golly, let people
Commissioner
talk.
Gonzalez.
Let people talk,
Commissioner
Judge.
Gonzalez.
It doesn't
Let
ever
people
happen.
talk.
One more.
Commissioner
We can
Gonzalez.
talk, we can talk.
I'll call on you. You
I
have
have
to be
questions
recognized.
on the bills.
You're not
I would like
recognized,
to,
sir.
I would like to pull the bills because I have questioned on the hours and the bills on here. So I would like to pull these bills and go
not
through
true.
them
I can say
with
something.
whoever, offline, online, wherever, but I have questions on the
talking.
amounts of time spent on this bill.
Jenny,
And so I'm motion that we table this bill until the next meeting.
Second.
I need to know, on the prompt pay policy here, Dale, how many will this interfere with that? We have a law in Texas that when the invoices are submitted The department head has the
Judge, there's a
ability to
motion
report
and a
it.
table. Parliamentary procedure is there's no discussion at that
Discussion.
point. I would make a point of order and.
I'll take this to executive session.
No, Judge, there's a motion to table and a second. I had the floor. I had the right to make a motion. It was
No,
seconded.
I had the motion to
I
take it to
motioned-
executive.
Nope, you did not, and you didn't have a second before I had the floor. I was speaking. I made a motion to table 9 and 10. It was promptly seconded. That is the correct parliamentary procedure. There should be no more discussion. Point of order. I call the question on the vote. If you don't want to do it, then I will challenge your ruling and we'll go forth. But I motioned to table and it was seconded because there's a lot of time on here that I want to go back and look and I want to talk to Lan and I don't, that's my motion.
Well,
know?
JP Grom will be here later in the
I
day
made a motion
so
to
that you
table it, and I
can, you can
seconded
visit
it.
with him, but I'm making a comment for the
question, Judge.
county
Call for the
attorney.
question.
I need to ask the
Second.
county attorney a question. Number one, I need to have you comment or react to the situation that this could violate the law. In other words, if it's I don't know that it is,
Not even
but if it's a
questions.
prompt payment policy situation, a motion cannot trump what we're supposed to do. The process has already gone forward. The auditor needs to be independent, and we need to have some legal, discussion about that. It could affect any of the motions on the special motions list. I mean, any of the payments on the special motions list.
I do not have the facts to evaluate whether the
Okay.
Prompt Payment Act, not policy, but act, has been
That's right.
triggered by
I'm
any
sorry.
of this.
The act, forgive
Yes.
me, not the, because you haven't finished the policy yet. Understood.
But if we have-
Is there
Ms. Jenny,
something that you could?
If there's a question on the Prompt Payment Act that somebody is questioning, not the prompt payment, but the billing, don't we have a certain amount of time to react to it or talk about it?
The procedure is outlined in the Prompt Payment Act. If there's a problem with a bill, you have a certain amount of time to object
That's what we're
to
asking for.
contest that
So
bill.
that's what I think Commissioner Chesney is requesting, and I'm requesting as well, even though it is considered an opinion, but that's what I'm asking.
It's not based on any facts. That's why it's
Well,
different.
that's why we're going to talk about it, Judge.
All right, Dale, I'm going to have you, we're going to have plenty of time today, so maybe you can work on that.
These will have to come from one. We don't, all we do is we receive the invoices from
That's
the
right.
department, so it'd have to come from Public Works.
And since he's already approved it,
Jenny, I'd like to call for the question.
That's
We
been
have
done a couple of
motion on the
times.
floor.
I've made a motion to table
We'll
and seconded
continue
it.
to talk about it. I think we shouldn't even be talking about it. So I'll call for the question.
and Jenny, I
Take a
appreciate
vote.
your role, but the way it works, as you know, I know how to do it, and you don't say anything,
We know
I
how
will
to
be
do it,
able
too.
to call for the question as the presiding officer. This last time, they're just intent on, making today insufferable. But the most important thing here is that we have not only a legal question, but
No, we don't.
the table cannot be, if it's not legal, then that's my question, okay? So that's why I want to take it into executive session. And so question is whether or not, if they table something,
One more, take a vote.
I
on
need
the
you to
motion.
look at the Prompt Payment Act, period, on this particular invoice. We'll take a break here in just a little bit.
Judge, I'm rising in
I will-
objection.
I will-
I'm calling for a motion of abuse of the chair, which is also allowed in Robert's Rules of Order. I've called my point of order twice.
I'm
It's not been
calling the
listened to.
question, Commissioner Chesney.
Are you going to vote on the motion?
I'm
to table?
calling it, but your rudeness
There's a
is
motion.
not
Doing what I'm allowed to
appreciated.
do, and
Commissioner-
you have never followed the rules of Robert's Rules.
That's
I'm asking
not-
if you're going to or not. But otherwise, the Robert's Rules.
Okay,
allow me
we
to.
have a table, and we have a lot of chatter here.
The motion.
Robert's Rules requires you to be recognized.
I was recognized, Judge. I had the floor when I made the motion.
I
I was
second the
talking
motion.
and had the floor when I made the motion. I know
I-
that's hard for you to remember.
I'm asking you to please,
In favor?
listen. I'm calling the question, but I'm not going to do it until there's order here. And you need to calm
He's
down.
the one who's talking, Judge.
Commissioner Gonzalez, we'll recognize you in just a moment. Kara, the table
it'll be
is
20
for
minutes from
only
now.
items, they didn't even,
He said
20, it's,
item 9 and 10 and table until the next meeting. And then it was seconded by Commissioner Gonzalez. Both of them seconded that.
he never set a date, Kara.
He said, well,
To the next meeting, which is January.
Okay, well, we need to have that next meeting, it needs to be complete. Is it January 4th?
Sure.
Okay, I'm concerned that that violates the Prompt Payment Act, okay? And that if that motion is illegal,
If there's
it's
a
not
concern,
proper,
Judge,
and the
it wouldn't
chair doesn't
violate
have to recognize it. Let's go ahead and keep it for now, and I'll talk to Jenny about it, all
No,
right?
ma'am, Judge,
If
I
there's-
am
if
So
there's
all
a
the-
concern-
all the,
Okay.
I have the
If there's a
right.
concern, he wouldn't violate, Judge. If we have a concern to question something, how can he violate anything?
Because the
It doesn't.
process.
She just
Wanna
makes
make
stuff
sure
up.
it's
Okay,
clear.
let's just move on.
All those in
All
favor?
those in favor, if you say that one more time,
Judge, I have
all
the right
those
to
in
not
favor
call it.
signify by saying aye.
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 No. It's an improper motion, given that the process has already been taken. What is your question on E, Personal Action Summary Report, Commissioner Gonzalez?
I have some questions, maybe I need to clarify. I don't know if HR is here or not, but
Could you call them, Ida? I'll move on to J. Commissioner Chesney, what is your question on the DIR renewal purchase
I
with
just need
SHI?
clarification on that one. Is that one yours,
Michael?
Daryl? Or Michael?
This is a DIR
I
renewal?
think it's Daryl's. Yes, sir. Can you just briefly tell me what we're doing on this again? I mean, I've read this, but is this just a,
Yes, it was tabled last week per allowing the county attorney to review it.
and everything's fine, everything's good?
Yes, sir, everything's good.
You're okay
It's
with it?
Year two payment of agreement that was done a year ago.
Okay, and this is in the budget?
Yes, sir. It's, when we did the agreement 1 year ago, it locked in the cost for the 3 years that it's for, and this is just the renewal. And the quote for it follows a quote that's got today's date on it, but they actually allow the entire month of December for renewal, so everything's good on it.
Okay, motion to pass.
second.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Daryl, why don't you go ahead and stay up there, because the next one is,
In the next one, same
all
question.
those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, that's J. Now K, what is your question on Workday?
Same. Has this all been now approved? Jenny, everything's okay? This has all been
Yes,
legally
that was
sufficient?
a huge effort. It took Kent and others in our office a long time going back and forth, and it is a legally sufficient document that we bring to you today.
And it's not unfavorable to the county, et cetera, et cetera?
Correct. In fact, that was actually, we worked with them and did get things more favorable to the county.
Great.
Is there a motion?
Motion to pass.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
L is the Central Square Company. It's also a contract.
Same questions.
Is it ready, Jenny?
This is,
Item L.
Central Square.
It's the ASP One solution. It's basically an annual maintenance renewal for the One Solution system that we use.
yes, this is the item that Kent Brown also worked on in our office and helped to provide.
Thank you. And so it's good to go, Jenny?
Yes.
Okay, motion passed.
Second.
There was an HR question, Melinda, on item E from Commissioner Gonzalez. She's ready.
I have a question on
Let me come back to it.
some of this. As I'm looking at the personnel, and it's got, when there's an appointment to senior clerk, 8 to 15, that's a big step. Are those monies coming from their department? Or they're paying for that? But that's really a promotion. It's
I believe you're looking at.
looking at
temporary-
tax assessor collector.
Okay. There was a temporary employee that was hired as a full-time.
Okay,
And so
but
it's an
that's their fun-
appointment
that-
because it's a temporary.
Okay, but they have their funds in their department?
Yes.
Okay. Also on information technology, from a 23 to a 28, so that's also, money's coming in from their funds.
Yes, sir. It was a promotion from within the department, from a position that was in a 28 and promoted into a position that was a 32.
Okay. And also, they got a district attorney's office, it's a promotion from 16 to a 22, which is 6 steps. And that also, money's coming from their department, right?
Yes, sir, those are all budgeted positions. It's just a promotion from one position to the position that's a pay step 22.
And also on the medical examiner, on a promotion for Silva, you're going from a 1301 to a 2001, that's 7 steps. And those monies are there also?
That was on,
But this is ARPA funds, I guess. But
okay, which department, I'm sorry, which department was it?
ME, medical examiner. It's about the third, 1, 2, 3, 4 from the top.
For,
This is ARPA funds, but have we done that with ARPA funds already? That was my question, but.
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing which one, on which page?
ARPA fund medical examiner Silva, Jocelyn Silva, promotion.
Okay.
301 to a 2001, 7 steps. So you're going from 1,200 to 1,500. Is that a promotion within their monies or the ARPA funds that they're going to get? I mean, if it's ARPA funds, I don't know why we're doing that now. I don't know if we allocated any ARPA funds for that, but.
Yes, there were ARPA funds used for 2 positions there at the medical examiner's office, for medical examiner investigators.
Are those the same investigators that we approved? I know we've approved 2 of them, but I thought it was coming from somebody else's budget.
I can go back and double check it, but I'm sure they were through ARPA funds. I'll go back and
Yeah, just check it out. And also on the next one on Solis, you know, I don't know, maybe I don't know if it's a typo or not, but it's a 2001 to a 2001. So how can there be a promotion if it's a 2001 to a 2001? The monies are different, but
I'll check.
The steps are the same.
I'll check on that one. It looks like that was probably a typo.
Okay.
But I'll get back going with you on both of those.
I'm going to have you go check and come back, and we'll come back later and we will approve item E in just a moment. You're going to check on the typo and ARPA funds. You can confirm they were given for the investigators, and those were approved at the time.
I remember approving that, but I mean, I just make sure it's correct in here, right?
Yes.
The other one, the one that it's a jailer, it's saying from a 1701 to 0215, so it's coming down?
No, the 0215, that's the law enforcement pay schedule.
Okay.
So it isn't, it's a promotion. They're going from a jailer, they've received they're going from a cadet corrections officer, and they've received their jailer's license, so they're automatically promoted to corrections officers 1.
Okay, but probably a couple more we've got to go. One's a constable 1, deputy constable 2, it's just from an 02 to a 22. Is that correct?
Thank you.
Yes, he went from a deputy constable 1, and through years of service, he's now been promoted to a deputy constable 2. So
And
that's the 0215 to an 2215.
And there's money they have in there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My last one is medical examiner Hayden. It says here from 701 to a 2001, just 13 steps.
And that's going from a temporary employee to a regular
Full-time?
part-time medical examiner investigator.
Part-time. And that money's also there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I just want to make sure we, you know, that we clarify that everything. That it's not really coming from general account, you know, so.
And I'll come back on the.
If you would, please
Thank you
just
very
come
much.
back on
Appreciate
that.
it.
And would you do you have Commissioner Gonzalez's contact on email?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe you guys can work together before so that you can ask all your questions and he can be assured that all those personnel are to his satisfaction.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, in that case, that's a hold. And Carol reminds me on number L, she does not number, but letter L, she thinks that we need to, we had the motion and a second. I'm not sure who the second was at this time, Kara, but I'll go ahead and re-ask for the motion to approve L on, Gonzalez was the second? All right, then all those in favor signify by saying aye. This is the one solution. It was the last of the three that were brought back to court. All right, any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. We're going to advance item 3A2. We have an interlocal agreement between the City of Corpus Christi, the County of Nueces, the City of Bishop. It's relating to the Consolidated Emergency Dispatch Center Services. We know that to be Metrocom. And with us today is Peter Collins, who has been assisting in the operating committee. He's the chair of the operating committee. And we'll ask you to take the podium and tell us about the interlocal agreement. You have worked with Jenny Dorsey, our county attorney, and this is ready to be approved today.
This is ready except for one small thing that we need to add, and so if the court would consider just passing it subject to, and it's very, very small, we just need to add where and to whom the remittance actually goes. It's just a small little portion that was neglected.
Yeah, we'll make that subject to here in just a moment. Peter, tell us briefly about this good agreement so that we can put everybody together on this system.
Good morning, Judge,
Morning.
Commissioners. Peter Collins. This is actually has been in the works for almost 4 years. When I first came and I met with the Commissioners Court, one of the questions, and I think it was you, Commissioner Gonzalez, asked about the smaller cities as far as having dispatch services being provided by Metrocom. Right. And Metrocom is, the owners are the city and the county. It's a strong partnership. Okay, awesome. We work very well together. The judge on the first meeting with the board, which actually consists of the judge, and at that time, God, I forgot the mayor's name. That's bad. Joe. During that meeting, what actually occurred was the request to review the interlocal that has never been changed for a number of years. So we went ahead, we formed a strong team between the county and the city. We met, and we revised that interlocal. And out of that interlocal, we created what was called the Metrocom Operations Committee. But it was, the people appointed to it were actually operational staff members in Metrocom or in the budget office, also in the Sheriff's Department, Police Department. And their mission was to go ahead and deal with a number of different operational issues with Metrocom, and this was actually one of them. And it got complex because when you look at the cost for a city of the size of Bishop or Driscoll, what happens is, how do you make it affordable? And how do you put some kind of science behind it so it isn't like you're reaching out of the sky and you say, here's your magic number. So we can bring consistency for anybody that wants to join or have Metrocom provide dispatching services, which is logical in this area to do that. That's a pretty common practice. So working closely with Chief White, a big whiteboard, drawing out different solutions, and we came up with one. We looked at the total number of call for service a year. Then what we did is you take the total budget, divide it, and that's how much it is per call. Driscoll, Bishop have a lot less call than the county and the city. And then we applied that formula to their projected call volume, and that's where the number has come up from. But this took a lot of work over the years, and Bishop is the first. The next one is Driscoll. That's all in the works. So to me, this has been very exciting, and I do thank the support of the judge, the Commissioner Court, and also the new city mayor, because it needed to carry on, Mayor Paulette. So for a moment, Chris White, Chief White, has a word here, and Any questions for me at this time?
Judge, Commissioners, thank you so much for this opportunity. We started working with Bishop in the summertime, I think around June, when he requested to come on board with Metrocom. We already had Driscoll on board. We dispatched for all in Nueces County, the ESDs, Nueces County Sheriff's Department, and Chief Day wanted to come on board. So with the formula we had developed and what we'd come up with through the Operations Committee, we started working together, and what we presented was agreed upon by all of us and commissioners in the Operations Committee. So that's what we're bringing forth today. They will come on board this week, and we'll start dispatching for them, and they're looking forward to it. And I think we're slow to getting everybody in the county through our Metrocom system. The only ones that will be outstanding after this will be Robstown. So, and I don't know where they stand at this moment, but we're excited about this. So, thank you so much.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you for working with Bishop and the smaller communities. I really appreciate that.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And so Chief Day, if you don't know him, he's a great guy, and he's looking forward to coming on board with this.
Let me get a motion and a second.
Second.
Okay. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And just a quick comment.
Contingent upon, it needs to be a part of the motion.
Oh, right. Contingent upon Jenny's addition being done. That would be.
The addition has to do on where and who to send the remittance to. And to be honest with you, do we have those answers? We can get those on the record right now.
Yes. So
Tell me.
Just like in Driscoll, they're remitted to the city of Corpus Christi and to the Metrocom budget.
All right.
As a revenue.
She's going to write that down. Okay.
And so that way it goes into our budgeting for Metrocom, which you know is separate from the police department, and it's a shared budget with the county.
Right.
So we can manage those monies.
Right. Okay. And we'll go ahead and make that amendment, Kara.
Where and who?
He agrees with that amendment.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and Bishop would be the same way.
Yes, sir. Bishop will do the same thing. Yes, sir.
I move the amendments.
The document that was provided doesn't have that information. We'll be supplying that.
That's right. It's approved subject to the filling of the blanks on where and who, where and to. And just the comment is that Metrocom flies under the radar in many ways, as far as the actual, day-to-day, because it's handled in a different building, right? It's got its own operation, and what they do there is, first response to the nth degree. They are the lifeline for everybody in a 911 emergency situation. And we've taken Metrocom and we've really advanced the ball. And we've done that because the two of you, I would really want to comment on Pat Eldridge and her amazing, work ethic and the entire staff. But we hope that you will keep coming back and updating us, because we've modernized the CAD system, we've modernized the salaries, and there's still, now in English and Spanish, there's so much work that still needs to be done. So I'd like to see you guys maybe give the court another update, and I'll certainly be watching. But getting everybody in the county integrated is the way to keep everybody safe. It really is. So today's a good day. Thanks for all the hard work.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, thank you.
Excuse me, Kara. I wasn't here to cast my vote. Can I still cast a vote?
Yeah, you have to vote on the amendment.
Oh, yeah?
I'm going to do it right now. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I'm sure when Modis comes back, he'll give you his vote here as well. Okay, guys, well, I know you all want to get back.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go back. And I'm going to ask, you know what I'm going to do is, let's just take a 5-minute break, okay? That way I can get Commissioner Modis back in the room too, and then we'll come right back into the Port of Corpus Christi's presentation. It's the annual report. It's going to be item 3A1, and that'll give Tim the time to load the presentation on Connie's machine. Tim, do you have a presentation on, you've got a thumb drive? Let me just take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll come back. I'm going to sign these, and we're going to get all commissioners here and present for this presentation. Record. Going to gavel us back in. You know, Kara, I did not give you a time, but it was 10 o'clock by my estimate on the dot when I looked up. And now it's 10:20. And we call that Delta time, the 5-minute break, 10 to 10:20. And we are now going to come into a really important presentation because it's an annual report that we do every year. It's with the Port of Corpus Christi. We do have a presentation that you'll see on your screen, but first, let me welcome with gratitude for an amazing public service career himself. We've been honoring people for public service all morning. And please welcome Chairman Charlie Zahn.
Thank you, Judge. And by the way, Judge, we call that being on island time.
Island time, there you go.
I thought Commissioner Chesney would tell you that. Judge, on behalf of the Port of Corpus Christi and the 3 appointees by Nueces County, we appreciate this opportunity that we have to come before you and tell you about the unbelievable year that the Port of Corpus Christi has had this past year. I had somebody ask me if we had any news stories from time to time with the Port of Corpus Christi, and I said it seems like that almost weekly that we're breaking a new weekly record, monthly record, quarterly record, and annual record. And we've been doing that now for 5 years in a row. And so it's because that you appoint people like the ones that I work with and that lets us do the job that we're doing. And it's because that we were able to go out and sneak Sean Strawbridge into Texas. And it's been kind of hard to make him a Texan, but he's getting there. But he's also put together what I consider to be the best staff that anybody could have in any company in the country, and that staff is why you've got the #1 port in the country. I'm going to do that. We're going to do our presentation, Judge, with your permission, in 3 phases. I'm going to talk about numbers. I'm going to have Commissioner Gully talk about the infrastructure projects that we've been involved with, and I'm going to have Vice Chairman Hilliard talk to you about our community involvement here in Nueces County. These are all really 3 important keys to the success of the Port of Corpus Christi, and we want to make you aware of it. I think I'm going to go through some numbers with you that, we had 15.7 million tons of LNG this last year, which makes us the 2nd largest LNG export gateway in the U.S. And when Cheniere finishes this train that they're working on now, we're going to move to #1 there. We did 167.3 million tons in 2021, which is a 4.7% increase over our prior record year. And staff has informed me that if everything holds the way it is, we'll go over 185 million tons in 2022, which again is a new record for us. When I came on the Port Commission 11 years ago, appointed by this very body, we had 48,000 people that worked directly and indirectly with the Port of Corpus Christi. And over the last 11 years, because of the tremendous growth in Nueces and San Patricio County, we now have 98,000 people that have port-related jobs in the coastal bend. Our economic impact is substantial. We do $400 billion per year in the United States. We do $400 million per day in good value movement. We do $40 billion a day for Texas and $6 billion, per year, $6 billion per year for Corpus Christi. And for the first time, I can look at you and tell you that we moved 10,521 pieces of military equipment over 11 vessels. Makes us the #1 strategic military port now in the country. I would tell you that we were nowhere near that when Hurricane Harvey hit. Our dear colleagues in Beaumont were severely affected by Hurricane Harvey, and they brought a request to the Port of Corpus Christi to help with the movement. And our staff did such an outstanding job that we now handle most of the military cargo that is shipped through the waterways, and we're the #1 strategic military port. We've had a 15-time increase in crude exports since the oil export ban was lifted in 2015. We moved for a new record 16.8 million tons in October of this year. We did 167.3 million tons exported in 2021. As I say, we're projected to do almost 185 million this year. We did 48.3 million tons in Q3 of this year. and we're now moving 2.2 million barrels of crude oil per day in October, and that's as a result of the situation with President Putin. The United States has responded, and we, being the #1 export port in the United States, have responded also. And so we're now moving over 2 million barrels of oil a day. We have some significant capital investments in the coastal bend, which not only create tax base for entities like yours, but also create employment opportunities and good employment opportunities. We have $65 billion worth of capital investments going on in the coastal bend at this time, and $12 billion of that is foreign funds that are coming into Texas and the coastal bend. The next chart just kind of tells you what I was telling you a minute ago. If you go back to January 1, on the extreme left of that chart there, you'll see when the oil export ban was lifted, and the TOT was the first vessel to leave the Port of Corpus Christi with oil destined for other than the United States. It went to Europe. And as you can see here, in September of 2022, we've gone from almost zero exports to almost 2 million barrels of oil a day that we're exporting. As I said, our tonnage for October set a new record and is above the same period by almost 13%. Our year-to-date revenue is 17% higher than budget and 25% higher than our same period last year. Year-to-date EBITDA exceeding both budget, up 41%, and same period of 2021, up 22%. Our inbound rail car movements are well below last year due to fewer grain movements to ADM, while outbounds are slightly above last year. And our capital spending is below budget and above last year. I had the honor in November of representing my fellow commissioners as I gave the state of the port, and I told people as we put that presentation together that it was going to be really an interesting presentation because we were going to cover our 100-year history. We were 100 years old in November, and yet we had the record that we had as far as our business operations were concerned that I just described to you. But we touched on the fact that we were formed as an agricultural port, and over the period of time, we've changed that model to an energy port, and we're now the energy port of the Americas. We're on pace, as I said earlier, to have another record year this year. I'd like to, at this time, ask Commissioner Gully if he would talk about the infrastructure, and we'll be available for questions, Judge,
Thank you.
afterwards. Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Gully?
Thank you. Brian Gully. I think everybody knows me. I was here last week, actually. That when you have, as Charlie mentioned, $400 million worth of product going out of the port every day with all our customers, it takes a lot of docks, it takes a lot of pipelines, it takes a lot of rail, it takes a lot of truck, it takes a lot of road, it takes a lot of infrastructure. So we're constantly taking the money that we make in the port as part of our fees and turning it back into repairing the port. I'm a little taller than Charlie. Repairing the infrastructure that we have. And these docks, as you might imagine, dock giant ships. And so when you have to start repairing things like this that are in 50 foot of water and have to support ships and barges and tugs and the like, it takes a lot of money and it takes a lot of time. So we currently have about 70 projects that we're doing. I think 48 of them are capital, 22 are maintenance projects. When I talk about a maintenance project, I'm talking about maybe rebuilding or repairing a dock, and this can be tens of millions of dollars sometimes. So it's a big, ongoing, giant industrial problem, but it's something that we try to keep up with. Our biggest project, and the one we're probably most proud of, is our channel widening and deepening project, which we have been working on in a port, and those that came before us for about 30 years now. And finally, it's come to fruition the last couple of years, and the final piece of the puzzle, which is the fourth phase that's inside the inner harbor, finally got approved by the government, and it looks like we're going to be putting that out to bids shortly and hopefully have it completed by 2024. I've given you a list of accomplishments the ports have done and projects and stuff we've done over the past year, because there's too many of them to talk about right now, and I promised Judge Gonzalez that I would keep this kind of short. The other thing we're real proud of is our environmental. We've been a green port since 2007. We were the first port to achieve that designation. All of our electricity used by the port is renewable energy, and that's been that way for several years, long before I got on the commission. And we take great pride. We spend almost 22% of our working capital on environmental related projects. We had a visit by Earthia Nance, who's the head of the director of the EPA, and the EPA is not the kind of people that you impress very easily, but she was quite impressed with the cleanliness of the port and the clarity of the water. She said it was the cleanest water she'd seen in the ports that she'd visited. So we feel like we're doing a real good job there. Other thing I'd like to thank Charlie for, because I think, you may not realize this, but the way the port works is we work on 3 committees. There's a security committee that takes care of the security of the port, obviously. There's an audit committee, and then there's a long-range planning committee that does the long-range projects and the real estate. And your appointees, I think, are quite well positioned. Catherine is the chairman of our security committee, and it's run like clockwork since she took over last year. I serve on that with her. I chair the long-range planning committee, which is one of the very powerful committees that's very important, and we spend a lot of money too through that committee. So Catherine also serves on that with me, and there's only 3 people on each of these committees. So we're well positioned, I guess, because of our tenure and because of our chairman, who gets to select the people he thinks are best suited for the various committees, and it gives us a very good position. I think you need to be proud of the fact that you are probably better positioned than some of the other governmental entities appointees. I would like to thank also, because through these last 2 or 3 years, I think we've all worked very hard and we've done very well. But we appreciate the fact that as commissioners, you appoint us and we go take the oath and we go to work and we work very hard. And you guys kind of turn us loose to do that work and trust us to do the best we can. And sometimes we feel like we're not reporting back to you enough. And I would encourage each of you, and any time you have any question about the port whatsoever, pick up the phone, call Catherine, call Charlie, call myself, and we love to talk about the port. We'll talk more about the port than you probably want to hear. So I appreciate what you've done for us, and I'll tell you, I promise you we're working very hard to make you guys proud of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hilliard.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Catherine Hilliard, Vice Chair of the Port. We're going to move along to slide number 13. So I get to lead with one of my favorite things to talk about, which is our communities and strengthening our communities. So the port has always, at least since I've been there, prioritized the investment of its dollars in our community into programs, initiatives, activities that improve the quality of life, not only for Corpus, but for our entire region. So one of the things that we have really strived to do is educate our community, educate even our youth. We now have, I don't know if you've seen it in the newspapers, but we're calling it the Portable Lab. So it's going around to different schools because we've recognized that it's not only important to keep our community and our adults and our stakeholders educated about what the port does, but it's also important to start educating our kids. The port is really the economic engine of this community, and we need to start educating them about that. So I'm very proud of that fact. As you all may know, we have 2 times of the year that we call for sponsorship. So anybody in the community who is in need, nonprofit organizations, organizations that need some help, will have 2 opportunities to ask for support from the port. As of December 1st, the Port of Corpus Christi has invested $4.3 million right back into our community. Now, we try as hard as we can to make sure that the requests for money fit within one of the port's areas of impact. So we have 5. If it relates to community vitality, economic development, education and workforce development, healthcare and safety, or sustainability and environmental stewardship, we are likely going to give you some money. We received a total of 512 requests in 2022 and approved 406, so roughly about 80%. Just yesterday, we passed a resolution authorizing the expenditure of up to 5% of our gross income in 2023 to go to the P&D fund, not to exceed $5.9 million, but continuing in 2023 to invest significant dollars in our community. And if I have anything to say about that, we're going to spend every last dime of it. As Brian mentioned, I'm the head of the safety committee. I'm very proud of it. We have, in the years that I've chaired it, really strengthened the committee. It's really a robust conversation and exchange of information, not only within the port, but really within the region. So with regard to safety, I can tell you that safety is paramount to the port, and we take it seriously. We're investing significant time and resources in protecting our community, our customers, and the port. Super proud of our emergency management department. Danielle Hale has just really done a superb job managing it. She has really taken the lead in organizing these massive intra-agency trainings. On October 12th was the most recent example. It was a full-scale exercise. We had agencies from Nueces and San Pat counties. The scenario was a tanker truck hauling hazardous materials, loses control, crashes on K. Bailey Hutchinson Road, multiple injuries. First time that we had hazmat teams from Portland and Corpus fire departments that took part in this exercise together. In our last security meeting, Chief Rocha joined us, along with Assistant Tony Bettis, Assistant Chief who specializes in hazmat, Tony Bettis. They were so highly complimentary of our emergency management team and the port's role in taking a lead on these joint exercises and taking collaboration really with all these agencies to the next level. So just very, very proud of our team and their efforts in that regard, and we intend to we've challenged Danielle to take it really to even the next level in 2023. We also had the Assistant Chief of Police from Aransas Pass come to our commission meeting yesterday to give us accolades, in his words, for the port's leadership and commitment to safety for the entire region. The fireboat, it was a long time coming, but it's here. One of the fastest and most advanced fireboats in the world. And for those of you interested in engines, it apparently has 4 1,000 horsepower Caterpillar diesel engines, 4 firefighting pumps, flows up to 17,000 gallons per minute, top speed of up to 40 knots. We invite all of you to come and have a look, maybe even take a ride. It's really a game-changing asset for the port and for the region. Next slide, please. Another thing I'm super proud of as head of security is the port security grant projects that we've been awarded. So in 2022 alone, we were awarded almost $3 million. So the highest among all port authorities receiving awards. Project number 1, Security Command Center renovations. So we're repurposing our old admin building, and it is now going to become not only the Port Security Command Center, but it will also serve as the Emergency Operations Center in times of need. We were awarded $1.2 million for that. Project 2, Southside Marine Center. So you just heard me talk about our new fireboat. We needed a suitable berth location and support facilities landside for police and fire. So we were awarded $1.3 million to construct and build out those facilities. Project 3 was a bulk materials west access road lighting and cameras. So we're going to improve and install security lighting and surveillance camera fiber optic work that will serve to allow for security monitoring of the new west side entry exit point for bulk materials terminal. So, this is really a testament to our staff. They've worked hard to develop a strong reputation for being good stewards of this grant money. They are awarded it. They are able to really deploy it efficiently, and that's a big deal when it comes to applying for future grants. So I'm very, very proud of them in that regard, and still so much to do in 2023 and beyond. So also wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you for your support. You really have been gracious and supportive in the 4 years that I've served on the commission, and really, like Brian said, have given us the autonomy to do our work with no pressure and no strings, which is a really big deal. We took an oath to the port, and you've allowed us to carry out that oath and do what's best for the port in this region, but primarily for the port. And so I'm very appreciative. Again, still lots of work to do, exciting times ahead. Thank you, and we'll take any questions you might have.
Perfect. And I want to just remark on what a great presentation that is. Hopefully, we all have it in our email box so that we can use it as we can share the good news of what a record year it is. I just want to say yippee for the 5%. I remember the days when I sat on audit and it was a stretch to get to 2%. The fights we had to get to 2%. And Rosie can tell you, she's here, how much community matters. And to get to 5% with the chairman and the vice chairman, I just know that's your leadership. And I'll be honest with you, it's deserved for the community, but it's also the right thing to do because we're doing so well. And if there comes a time where maybe, God forbid, right, but if there ever to be a time that it would reverse, you would have flexibility to come back. But right now is our season to celebrate. So the 5%, which is the maximum allowed by statute under the Water Code, has always been the goal if the revenues, showcase that would be appropriate. And it does. And so I didn't know that happened yesterday. So I think the community wins. And so I hope that you guys message that. Just want to also recognize that we do have, do we still have 3? Okay. Well, I was going to say I'm recognizing Rosie Colleen, who's here with the port, and also our CEO, Sean Strawbridge, who's now the American Association of Port Authorities chairman, and Tim Acosta, who's with the port taking photos and making sure that this good message gets out. And of course, I'm not going to forget Omar sitting right in front of me. Omar Garcia is with the Port of Corpus Christi. He's the Chief of External Affairs, which is a fancy way of saying that he really keeps up with that one slide where all those companies are listed on it. He really has a real relationship with each and every one of them. And by working as a team, look at what you guys have been able to accomplish. It's, as they say, it's a great day in the neighborhood because look how you have affected lives in such a meaningful way, from community to safety. Emergency management, of course, we like to say you stole our best gal, Danielle Hale, and so many other good things coming down the road. I was just going to ask if anyone had any questions that I know all of you would be happy to answer if one does come up. Commissioners, Modis?
Not so much a question, but a comment. We're all busy, as you all are, and time gets away from you. You may not have time to sit down and even watch TV, and I know I'm one of them. I don't ever watch TV, but lately, I guess because of Thanksgiving holiday and is getting ready for this holiday, I've been able to be around the TV a little bit more, maybe watching a little bit more football. But every time I look up, I see that great port commercial, and it is one of the best. It makes you feel good, but it gives you the confidence of especially emergency services, talk about Danielle Hale and her team, and just, God forbid, the port we know is ready for any emergency, natural disaster or otherwise. And y'all have responded. And I've seen one commercial, and you think, okay, I've seen it. It's enough. No, I literally, every time, I literally stop what I'm doing and just stand in front of the TV and watch it, because I'm just amazed at everything that's put together. It gives you a sense of all the team that you have, like you said, Vice Chair Hilliard. It's, our partnerships with other municipalities and other governmental entities here in our area that takes to have a proper emergency response and be able just to be prepared in general. So that commercial goes a long way in making me feel good, knowing the work that y'all are doing. I hope that the rest of the public feels that way too when they watch that. And then also the giving. Y'all don't have to do the giving that you do, and the amount, I didn't realize it was 80% of giving for those who are seeking. And I'm like, gosh, y'all are advertising a lot. I didn't realize it was in the hundreds of proposals that are submitted, and the fact that you can give up to about 80% of those requests says a lot as well. So the giving that you're doing, you're not just operating in a bubble. You're seeing the needs that are out there, and you're responding to them, and you're giving back to the community, to all those worthwhile organizations that hit on security, public health, and economic development in other areas. So I want to thank you all for all that you're doing to represent us. I assumed today when I saw this on the agenda, we know schedules don't always work out, so sometimes we're lucky we get one or maybe all three of the commissioners, but maybe our CEO and the other staff can't make it. But to have all of y'all here today means a lot. So thank you all for coming. Chairman, thank you for you and your team.
I've got to do one disclosure, though, on Danielle Hale. I called my dear friend Lloyd Neal when I saw that application, and I told him, I said, Judge, I'll never hire anybody out from under you, and he gave me permission to hire him.
Well, now, and of course, in one of your photos, you might remember, for those of you that have worked here a long time, Christopher Boyce, who's also here, is standing next to Danielle. So you all have, and we need it, right? But we need it because there's so much growth. And as awesome as it is, there's always, a potential threat. And so you've got to have that protection. So you've got the A team over there. I do love that commercial. It's great. Well, are there any other questions? As you said, somebody said earlier, Brian, Commissioner Gully said, you want to talk port, I'll talk all day long. So I know that we could talk all day long, but unfortunately we've got so many other matters pressing. But if there are any other questions or comments, I'm just so tickled pink about the 5%. And I guess I hadn't read the paper this morning, but Tim, I hope you get that out.
Excuse me, Judge.
5% is a big deal. Yes.
I just want to tell the port thank you. Charlie, thank you for what you all have done.
Thank you.
But what I really like is the employment that you all do for our community. Okay, 98,000 employees is a lot to talk about, brag about. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you all for the opportunity to come before
Thank you. Thank you guys so very much. Likewise, likewise to all of you all. Merry Christmas. Okay, guys, we're going to move on to item number 3, and I think this is in order, but I will just make sure from Jenny's perspective. This is the interlocal agreement between Nueces County and Nueces County Mental Health and Intellectual Disabilities, otherwise known as MHID, the hospital district. This all relates to the jail diversion, crisis intervention, and jail-based competency restoration services. Jenny, we're all good to go here?
Which item are you referencing?
I'm on number 3 now, just back in regular order, regular agenda 3A3.
I believe this one is not, hold on, this is the jail diversion one? Let me go back, because there were 2. There was one that is the normal funding.
This is the normal one, but how about if I pass on it and you check on it for me?
Okay.
But it says jail diversion on it, but.
Right, this is the actual normal jail diversion program that they have with MHID. The hospital district has a normal agreement.
This is
with
not
MHID.
for the build out.
That's correct.
Yes, then that is ready to go.
All right,
And
that's what I
this
thought.
is for 1 year only, right?
And what number?
We do it every year.
Yeah, okay.
This is 3A3. This is the normal contract, and I'll make a motion to approve this interlocal agreement.
Second.
Second. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
Did y'all do 2, or did you skip 2?
we did 2 with Peter Collins and Chief
Oh, I'm
White
sorry,
with
right.
Metrocom.
Yeah, so I didn't check it
Okay.
off. I checked off the wrong one, sorry.
All right, the next one is going to be the construction, it's item number 4, and we're going to get some information about the comparison on procurement methods for for Shelter Planners of America, and the recommendation for the use of competitive sealed proposals as the preferred method of construction for the Animal Care Center. I'm going to recognize J.P. Grom. He's here to talk about this. So just as setting the table, there you go. Thank you, Connie. She's got it up on the screen. This is the Animal Care Center that we've already approved, and now we're ready to get to that construction phase. And so we're looking at procurement and ways to do it best. JP, I'll let you take over now.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Good morning to you, Commissioners.
Morning.
And you're exactly right. We are looking to describe for you one of the recommendations from this team, and that is to use competitive sealed proposal as the preferred method. And if I can get the next slide, please. We'll talk about 3 of the primary methods that are used in construction delivery, and then there are 3 others that we won't touch on, including design build, construction manager agency, and job order contracting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So I will carry on with my presentation.
Yes, I think Connie will help us.
Yeah.
Somebody's not on mute. Just double check yourselves, everybody. Okay, go ahead.
All right, Connie, if I can get that slide deck back, okay. I watch Connie on Zoom pretty regularly, and I know you have one of the most difficult jobs in the room, trying to make sure we bounce back and forth between the presentations correctly, so thank you. If you'll please advance to the next slide, we'll talk about construction competitive bidding. This is a method that's very traditional. It's something that you've probably grown familiar with here in the county. I know we've seen it on a few of the other projects that we've managed. You hear it sometimes called hard bid. In this method, you receive a lump sum price from general contractors, and those are received only when the construction documents reach 100% completion. So we are at that point with Shelter Planners of America, so this could be used. But in this case, the general contractor is selected only based on their low price. And so if you select a contractor based on low price, there are some concerns that come into play regarding whether or not they can or can't perform construction of the building or project type that you're considering. So that's one reason why competitive bidding maybe falls down the rank order of priorities and preferences. We also, with competitive bidding, know that it is good for projects with very simple scope and very completed bid documents. You'll see this used a lot of time on road types of projects, civil infrastructure projects where the quantities are known. You have X linear feet of pipe or so many culvert crossings, et cetera, where you can define those quantities very clearly. It's a good method for that type of project. But it is poor for projects that are complex or have unknown and concealed issues. Possibly you're asking for the project to have some phasing, et cetera. It makes this method a little bit more tough to implement. Next slide, please. Continuing with the competitive bidding concept, we have some graphics here that help you to understand the schedule components of this method. So you will complete the design at 100%, then the project will be bid, then you will make an award process, and the contractor will begin to construct the project. A 3-step design, bid, build process. Maybe you've heard that term in the past. Next slide, please. Here we indicate some of the pros and cons. One of the pros is that it's very traditional. It's something that a lot of owners are very accustomed to. It makes sense in the brain that it's working on a low price, and that's the best way to award a project. It does require a very firm project scope, as I mentioned earlier, and it is highly competitive from a pricing standpoint. Now, one of the cons, or some of the cons, is that there are some risks that come from cost overruns when there are gaps in the design potentially, or there is a need for some design phase input. You might lose some of the advantages if you go with this method when you're working through design phase services and wanting to integrate a contractor. One of the other aspects of this process that is noteworthy is that it does tend to be a little bit more confrontational during construction because the contractor has bid the project for the lowest possible price, and what they're looking to do, obviously, is maximize the profitability on the job. And any discrepancy that appears throughout the course of the work does become subject to a little stronger set of arm wrestling matches to get to the best value for the owner.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah, you bet.
And I'm kind of confused by this. I thought that, because it says shelter planners on the agenda, I thought we weren't using shelter planners anymore on this.
No, Shelter Planners of America is fully under contract, 100% design complete.
Okay, so what was the issue on this one? We reduced it because we reduced the size of it or something?
That's right. The project has been reduced to match the $4.2 million budget.
How much?
I thought, all right, I don't know why I thought we had brought in somebody else to do the work on this one. Maybe that was on another project. I apologize.
I think you're thinking of the Smith Group for the ME project.
You're right, and as soon as I said that, you're right. So, so that's fully designed, and it's at the $4.2 million level, which is what the court, and I was just, and I'd asked Teresa, and I haven't, she's trying to find it down. Can someone also tell me how this is being funded? Again, the breakdown of the funding, I had asked for that late, and I just need to know that before we go on to. So that was it. Go ahead.
Sure,
Thank you.
bet. Continuing on with the next slide, Connie, if you don't mind. Just a depiction of the team. The teams are always an important concept to how these projects are delivered. So we have the county, obviously, at the top of the pyramid. Then you've got the team of the program manager, the general contractor, and the architect engineer, all working and holding contracts directly with the county. The awarded general contractor would then hold all the different subcontracts, and you see those subcontracts outlined in the box below.
Okay, I got a question before we go any further too. So we, right now, the Planners of America, which are the architects, right? Or
That's right.
Designers. So they're finished already with their complete, or they're complete already, they're finished with their design and architect, right?
The answer is yes.
So they're 100% complete?
Yes.
Okay. So now the design they have given us, I guess, or somebody, is that we're going to go for that, that's what we're going to go for a bid for the construction, right? So, and you said I know at one point was a $5 million package here, and then we went down to what?
Your total allocated cost for this project is $4.2 million.
I thought it was under $4 million.
The construction amount is under $4 million, but the total project cost is $4.2 million.
No, I think, this is why I when we reduced it, I thought it was going to stay under $4 million, but, you know, and I talked to Commissioner Morales at one point, and I just think that we need to kind of get a breakdown of everything in January, where we're going with this thing, because, you know, for me to go back and say, and I told this to Commissioner Morales, I said, we're spending $4 million on the animal control.
Thank you.
Facility, but yet we can't spend that money in the senior centers and all that. But so that's still my concern that I had last time. So I don't know. I just and I supported the program, you know, and I think it's a good program, you know. But I never agreed on all this money that we're going to spend. And I always thought it was under. When we did that, we were going to stay under the $4 million. So I don't know. I just think maybe we need to come back in January and really look at this project, you know, and. I'd like to meet with Commissioner Morales, you know, later on, but, you know, I think that we just need, I just need to, I'm still not there with over $4 million. I'm sorry, but, you know, I don't know how we got over $4 million again when we were under $4 million. And I think the bottom line at one time, we had a 3.4 with the judges and Commissioner Morales' input. And I think from the COs or where it came from, it was only be a 2.5 million, and whatever.
Teresa just put that on the list. It's right to your left. To your left. Okay. She just brought this up. That's why I wanted to look at too, because I couldn't remember.
So this is why I didn't want to go up on this, and this is why I brought it last time. So I don't hate to table this thing till January the 18th, unless Commissioner Morales feels like we really don't have to, but I mean, I'll yield to him, but I just feel we need to really discuss this a little bit more.
So today is not a funding discussion. Today is to figure out how we will save money as a county on the bidding procedures.
We can
You
find that
actually,
in January, Judge.
okay,
It may be the
excuse
same
me one
thing.
second. I just want to make sure that you know that what we're doing today. The
I
purpose of
understand
today
exactly what you
is
mean.
to choose the method of procurement, because
I'm not ready
every
for that.
day that you wait, it's going to be more expensive. And the 4.2 million was actually a motion that came, either you made it or seconded it. Maybe Modest made it, but you seconded it. There was a discussion about how much the architects and designers have already designed to the amount that this court already appropriated. And so 4.2 million includes architectural fees and all of the other fees that are outlined in the capital improvement plan book. I think it's under item number 1 in that book, and it shows you there'll be fees, for example, for engineers, for architects, for design, for surveying, for contingencies.
I still have the floor, Judge. I yield to Commissioner Modis, but I still have the floor. But I just wanted to Commissioner Modis, if you wanted to have some input before I make any kind of motion, but, I'd like to hear Commissioner Modis,
Yeah, well, and I know we're in the middle of hearing the reasons why each of these methods are the best. I'd like for us to finish it, because I do think that there is some cost savings depending on what we go with. But also with Ida here, between Ida and Teresa, maybe she can help the court recall what we did with funding. I mean, this is a fully funded project up to this point, right?
It's here.
So it's not about adding, right? So is that the right amount then, the 4.2?
That's correct,
That's
Commissioner.
what we approved.
That's, the court approved 4.2 million for this project.
So it's already been allocated. I put in money, the judge used judge's funding, and we made up the difference that the court only was willing to go up to so much.
That's correct.
amount, which
Yeah.
was 3.
It was reduced for
It was
5.2 million
3.5.
to, or something like that, to 4.2 million.
To 3 million, right?
4.2 million total.
I know, but I'm saying before, the Commissioner Modis and the judge put in their funds, it was a $3 million, right?
No, they only put in 100,000 each.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, that's what this breakdown is. They put in 100,000 each, and the rest of it comes out of COs and notes unallocated and different funds that we found from. Maybe it was more. Let's see, 100 from courthouse security stations, which was the judges. 100 from Commissioner Modis. It breaks it. That's why I was asking for it. It wasn't in the backup, and I thought it would be helpful for everybody to look at it.
You want to hear it? I don't have a problem with that, Commissioner, but I say at the end, I'd probably like to see it in January the 18th, make sure we.
And so the item today that's on the agenda is to discuss and consider to procure. So if y'all vote to procure this, then that means Michael's going to go forward and spend all his man hours and woman hours in doing all this. So that I just want to make sure, because this isn't just comparing ways of doing it. The agenda item is to ask for us to go out for bids now, which is, so if you vote on that today, then you can't.
Well, this court has voted for a fully funded project, and you now have your architect who has finished his work. The next course of action is to go out for construction. And what we're trying to figure out here, so I think you should finish, is which way is the best way to go out and save the county dollars. And he's showing you the two different ways. So today's decision is important because it says, do you want to do it A or B? And the recommendation is B, and we're learning about it right now. So I'm going to let you go back on course here, because we've already made the decision and you've already spent lots of dollars in designing it. You can't be pro-taxpayer and say, I'm going to go spend all this money and then not design it. And the longer you wait, the more expensive it is. And also, I think the important thing here is that the competitive sealed proposals, in this case, what we're trying to learn is why that one will save us more money in the long run.
That's right.
And go ahead and take us back there.
Is the land fee in the 4.2 million?
Yes.
Okay.
If I could get the next slide, Connie. All right, under the competitive seal proposal method, which is the one that we're recommending for this project, you do still receive a lump sum price from the contractor at 100% design. So the design documents reach 100%, just as they would with a traditional hard bid project. The one difference is that you will then have the opportunity to incorporate qualifications in the selection process.
It was mentioned, I think, by you, and I know I just heard the judge say that this design has now been done. Where is that?
The design itself?
That's what the judge just said, that the design was complete and we've done all that.
It's in the hands of the architect, and we can furnish a copy of it. It's, as they say, shovel ready. It's on the shelf waiting for this approval to take place so that we can advance it to completion.
Well, yeah, I would think we would.
And
want
we've
to-
seen
And you've
a
seen it,
presentation here in court already of the design.
Yes,
At the
several times.
$4.2 million level, that was?
Yes.
Okay. And so can you get them to
Yeah,
send
absolutely.
that over? That'd be
Sure.
great.
And-
Thank
And
you.
also, just so you all know, I mean, I don't sit in every weekly meeting, but I've gotten in on most of the meetings that we've had, virtual meetings where the entire team has been a part of this project and the discussion and the lead up to this. So we as the court have had a set of eyes on this almost all the time. And if I'm not there, IDA is there. And so we've had participation and oversight. So, I heard you all. I think we all heard from the beginning, let's keep it under what was the original proposed amount. And so that has very much been my mantra moving forward with this. And I think, we've heard that from JP and his team every week.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's been
And
plan.
the team's been working very well together to stick to the budget that's been assigned for construction and overall total project cost. In the case of this competitive seal proposal method, again, one of the other reasons to recommend this method is when you have a project that does have some complexities to it, this is one of those jobs. We have a lot of systems related to HVAC, related to finishes, related to some of the access control that'll be a part of this project that are fairly complex. And what we are trying to avoid is a situation where we award a project to a contractor who doesn't have the capabilities, qualifications, and experience to do these systems, thereby creating more cost events for the county. So it's a risk management strategy that has been very successful for us on other complex projects that we've implemented across the state. So that's part of the reason why we're recommending it to the county here in this case. If I can get the next slide, Connie. It's a similar time frame to the traditional hard bid method. Again, we're taking the design to 100% completion. We will bid the project and we will hire the contractor. The one difference being that in the selection of that contractor, you're receiving a price and you're receiving a statement of qualifications, putting them into a rubric. Points are awarded for cost, points are awarded for qualifications to award the best value provider for the county. And that's a key term, best value being something that may or may not be the lowest initial cost, but certainly generally brings us additional value in terms of minimal change orders, et cetera, that we can benefit from. Next slide, please. And I won't read all of these because they are, the same words that I'm using largely, but we're benefiting here from the fact that there are contractor qualifications considered. We don't have a situation where perhaps a firm that has no business building a $4 million or a $3 million project is now entrusted with the project. We are able to screen, if you will, for firms that have that capability. From the con side, very, very few in our perspective for this type of project. There are some opportunities that we miss, just like we would with hard bid, to have the contractor's input. We also have a little bit longer total schedule, but I think in the case of this project, which has got a nice clean set of drawings, we'll be in good shape going forward. This also has the benefit of reducing some of that adversarial relationship that I mentioned, and that's important. If we pick a quality contractor, we tend to find that they are better at managing those obstacles that come up in the project and less likely to try and seek recovery from the county. Next slide, and I'll call this the last slide if that's okay. We'll skip the construction manager at risk in the interest of time. Competitive seal proposal, the org chart, the team is very similar to the design bid build method, the traditional method that I started with. The only difference again being the contractor is selected based on qualifications and their price component. All the subcontractors continue to roll up underneath the general contractor. So I will skip the construction manager at risk method because I don't believe that that this is really a suitable use for that project to be discussed for the court. And again, the advocacy for competitive seal proposal is where this agenda item is residing.
Okay. So the bottom line is that it's your recommendation after understanding and working with the architect that because of all the things you've just mentioned, the list, right? And I mean, I hate to say this, but it's everything from like the air system because it's animals and you've got to work on the smell,
Smells.
right? It's the ventilation. This is not your normal HVAC. It's not your normal, there's going to be almost like from drainage to everything is unique because it's like a little hospital for animals.
That's exactly right.
And so because of that, you recommend that the county will be better off economically.
Economically, for sure, and also from a quality standpoint, we tend to
Right.
believe that competitive seal proposal delivers a more high-quality
Right.
project, more sustainable,
Okay,
long-term project.
so I'm going to make the motion based upon that to make this CSP the preferred method of procurement.
Excuse me, Judge, I have a
And
question.
ask for a second. All right, and go ahead, Commissioner Hernandez.
By pulling the $100,000 from the security, courthouse security, does that set back the budget on that courthouse security?
What are you talking about?
Well,
It's one of the funding sources. It was one of the funding sources, I guess, that
I
you,
thought we took it out.
they already took it out.
you said you took it out of the courthouse security. I'm just asking if there's enough money in the courthouse
Yes.
security to continue.
Yes, I'm leaving, first of all, I placed in courthouse security over $1 million. We have expended all of the funds that have been required. We even just did one recently in court not too long ago with the McKenzie Evidence Room. You might remember that. And there is $1.2 million in ARPA. There is, I don't have it in front of me. Actually, here it is. There's sufficient dollars everywhere. And also, when we made that decision, the court voted on it. So when we did the unallocated amounts, and when we did the Commissioner Mattis's precinct funds along with mine, we wound up approving that here as a court. In other words, this is a fully funded project, and
That's fine, I just want
Yeah.
to make sure courthouse security is going to be
yeah, there's
funded.
hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. I think $650,000 left with no request at this time. And trust me, we just put in a few kiosks, just not kiosks, but what do we call them, the access codes on floor 5 due to the auxiliary court being put on there. So things have come up, but we have been able to address them comprehensively.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Question?
So there's a motion and a second.
Question.
And there's a question from
And-
Commissioner Chesney and then Commissioner Gonzalez.
Okay, and comments too. And I've been fully on record on not supporting the way we're doing this project, and I remain that way for many reasons that I want to restate. One, I don't believe we have the infrastructure, proper infrastructure in place to build this facility. I don't think this should be a build it and they will come. Two, I think we should continue to, or I think we should have had and should need to have conversations with the city about some sort of consolidation where we would rehab the current facility at a significant amount, but not $4 million, as part of a consolidation effort. That has not been done. I think that opportunity certainly exists and should be done before we build another $4.2 million facility. I think this agenda item fully commits, not fully commits, you can always backtrack, but it makes it very hard to backtrack because if we pass this today, because I agree with Commissioner Gonzalez, we should wait and look at this in January, but I believe if we pass this today, we're putting Michael and his staff through an inordinate amount of work to go forward, to do more time, more energy, more effort, and it's going to make it harder to backtrack in January on it if the court decides to go a different method or fund it lower or do some of the things that, again, and I'm okay, I'm in the minority on it, I get it, but I believe fully that we should have had a conversation with the city to consolidate our efforts and use the facility that we have there in a much less of a capacity than we are doing. I truly do not believe we have the infrastructure in place. I think we got all kinds of problems out there that we're still investigating and looking into, and to just build a $4.2 million project with all the instability that we have in that particular department right now, I think is putting the cart before the horse. I've said this for I don't know, it's been a year. I don't know when we started discussing this, and I am going to continue to say it because I want to make sure that I'm on the record, because it is never too late. A fully funded project is not an excuse to go forward. A fully funded project, it is. That is an accurate statement, but that doesn't mean you have to do it. The money that has been spent so far pales in comparison to the money we're about to spend. We've spent, I don't know how many, couple $100,000. We're seeking to commit to $4.2 million. And just because it's fully funded and just because we've spent money on design doesn't mean it's too late. It becomes too late when we go out to bid and award a bid. That's when it's too late, and we're not there yet. So I will vote no on this for those reasons and would like the minister to reflect that. I do believe we need a strong presence in that area, and I think we could, again, spend some significant money rehabbing the facility we have, go try to see if we could consolidate with the city and still have that as a satellite office and use that for the outlying areas, because we absolutely have to have a facility in that area, and I'm aware of that. We have to have a facility for large farm animals, and I'm aware of that. And we have a facility that needs rehabbing. We could go talk to the city, consolidate, and not just build it and hope that we get all the problems and the situations out there that are going to be under a lot of review in January. The county manager has been charged with bringing us back a detailed investigation of what's going on out there and what we need to do and how we need to change things, staff, board, anything. And she may come back and say nothing's wrong, but we haven't had that presentation yet. So to commit to procuring something that, quite frankly, I don't believe we should be doing in the circumstances we're in. It's just the timing is not right. I think we should have this presentation, have the animal services presentation that she's going to do, and then talk about that facility. Have the conversation with the city, and then talk about that facility. Again, I get it. I've been outvoted before. I'll be outvoted again, but I'm still going to speak my piece.
Did you have a question?
Nope.
You said you had a question.
Yeah,
Okay,
those are my
Commissioner
comments. But I would
Gonzalez?
support any motion to table that Commissioner Gonzalez makes or anybody else
Commissioner
makes. But I'm not
Gonzalez?
doing that now either.
Commissioner Gonzalez, I thought you had a question. I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you.
No question. Go ahead, Commissioner Gonzalez.
I just, again, I'm concerned how we do this, where it says when we've got program management there. And I know y'all did a good job, JP, of putting all this thing together, and I really appreciate the fact that, but y'all, I mean, you're getting, this program management here has nothing to do with what you're doing now, is putting this together. It's a separate bucket of money, right? I mean,
I'm not sure I understand
your
the question.
$63,000 here includes everything you've done so far?
I'm not sure what you're looking at, so
Well, I'm
having
looking
a hard time
at
following.
y'all putting everything together, like in the past, put it together, but then you become the program management of the project. And I have a problem with that because, I don't mind paying you guys for doing the work and staying with the architect, doing, and whatever has to be done. But when it comes to program management, I think that it should have been an open item here where we go back and select the program management team to do the project. I just don't think that somebody putting it together, working together, all of a sudden they become the program managers automatically, right? And I'm concerned because we've had issues with program management, and I don't know how the contract would read, whether you're here every single day, whether you're here twice a week, whether you're here once a week, because we've had those issues, and better than anybody else, because you have to be called, that hey, nobody's here, or you would call somebody, you have to come down from San Antonio or come down from whatever. So I have an issue with that, where automatically you all become the program managers of the project when we.
We already are the program manager for the project. This
for
doesn't
the-
change
for
that
the-
unless there's
for
an
the
action.
designing, for the designing team, for
Right.
the architect team, everything else, but not for the construction.
Yeah,
And
well,
this is where the 63,000 is for the construction, right? But this is where I'm. Automatically you become that program manager, I guess. But I have a concern with that, and this is why I don't want to move forward now, because I need to know how can we actually look at that and come back and say, well, you know what? Maybe we need to go out and look for RFQs, RFPs, whatever you call it, for program management.
We work at the will of the court, sir.
Right. Well, and this is why I'm saying this. And this is my will, right? And so I'm just saying that I don't agree with what's in here on the program management. We've gone through this before where, we work on projects and automatically it's labeled program management and it stays. So, but again, we've had so much problems, with program management that is not here. And, when we need them, we're not monitoring, and when it should be monitoring, and this is probably why Shane's not here no more, but.
I would like to ask that any comments regarding employees be held confidentially, if it's okay with you, sir.
I'll respect your wish.
This is, I think there's been a lot of misinformation, and we want to get on the record correcting that if it's possible. But this agenda item is about approving a method and not about program management.
And I want to improve the methods, right?
Yeah.
This is why I'm bringing this up, because I want to improve the methods, the way we do things here. So, and I never had agreed with that before, and I still don't agree with that, the way we do it. So I think if we're going to do anything, I think we need to pull out program management from there, and then come back and see what we do with program management. So whatever we pay you for what you've done, and that's your price. We pay you. So, but as far as the construction, I think we need to look at it and say, what do we want to do as program management? So this is the
Seems
way,
like that might be a separate conversation from the one here.
Right. Well, this is a conversation that I have now because I'm not ready to do it with the program management in that contract. So, this is
Commissioner-
I'm sorry, but thank you for what you've done. Appreciate it. You've done a good job.
Commissioner Modis.
Thanks, Judge. I hear the concerns, and they've come up before, and I understand and appreciate Commissioner Chesney's concern, and not going to point fingers, but we all could have our own separate conversations with the City of Corpus Christi or any other entity if we wanted to, or work with IDA to direct staff to do that. And the fact that this conversation doesn't come up, I mean, now granted, you stuck to the same perspective all this time, so I appreciate that. But this has been the same concern, and if no one's acted on it, it's not my fault. We're ready to go. We're ready to move. We've been moving forward on this. We've had updates to this court several times over the last, 2 years at least now? How long have we been doing this?
Yes, 2 years.
At least 2 years. So I get that these are some of the same concerns, and I wish we would have had them addressed or dealt with earlier on. Nothing changes today. The way it's proposed to us today is to move forward. I think this is taking at least 2 or 3 steps back if we were to make any changes. I understand and appreciate always wanting to be resourceful. I understand in consolidating. I'm one of the ones that I've always talked about consolidating services and partnering with other governmental entities, whether it be cities or other forms, to be inclusive and the best use of tax dollars. I know that the issue of should we consolidate with, say, City of Corpus Christi and CCPD with their animal control and services is an important conversation to have, but it doesn't change the fact that if you look in my backyard there at my office, there at 4550 FM 892, you'll see that this is an old facility that's in need of use. And that location, for pretty much every facility that's there, we have Public Works, we have my office, we have Animal Services, all need to be updated. Those are several decades old with little updated at all. This project allows us to have that update, to fix a facility that will help reduce the chance of keeping disease, the spread of disease under control because of the best technology available. This provides a better location that, yes, can one day in the future work in partnership with the City of Corpus Christi, but is also rural enough, and not into the city itself, that allows other municipalities or our unincorporated areas that we serve to be able to have these animals brought, delivered, and serviced there. So, I mean, there's a lot of arguments that we can make back and forth on this item, but the fact is that we've had ample updates. It's not like we talked about this one time 2 years ago, and now here we are ready to move to step 2. This is step 5 or 10 in a multitude of steps that we've had oversight and control, and this court had already agreed to move forward. This court had already agreed that $5 million was too much, and we reduced that amount down and found other ways to support that funding with old COs that we've been told time and time again by an auditor that we need to get rid of our old COs, and this is one of the ways to do it. So I appreciate all the concerns that we have, but this is a step to move forward today. This is a step to make this happen. I definitely want conversations to have in the future of how do we operate? Do we go more under a one-tiered system rather than city or county? Maybe that's something that we look at. But to stop this whole process today is just counterintuitive, in my opinion. It's been something we've heard, but we voted upon. I appreciate, Commissioner I believe wants to support a new facility, but feels that this is maybe not the right time because we can partner with City of Corpus Christi. But we've voted on that. We've made that happen as a whole, and I think it was a 4-1 vote that we voted on to make this. So in keeping with that spirit, I want to be able to have that conversation. Just because we decide today doesn't mean this is where the project stops, or just because right now it's going to be maintained as a county facility, that in perpetuity that it will. It could always change. Our focus can change every year, as we saw change with the City County Health Department. So I think that can happen and still allow this process to move forward. I want to save money. I always hear, I don't know if any of us are in the construction business, but we are told always that it's cheaper to build now, typically, than it is in the future, right? Typically. And so that's what I'm wanting to do. This is a cost-saving measure that I think we all want to help save money now. It's going to be cheaper to build it now. And I think that the recommendation that you presented, JP, that I seconded on here, allows us to do that. And that's what I'm in support of. That's what I'm in favor of, is allowing us to move forward and to have this project happen. And I'm more than happy to meet with Commissioner Chesney and Ide and anyone else and our partners at the City of Corpus Christi to see how can we make a better partnership in the future. But I can guarantee you one thing's not going to change is the distance between our current location and Corpus Christi is not going to increase or decrease. It's the same amount of miles today as it ever will be. So we need to make county services, one of the reasons why they're there is to be able to make it easier, more accessible for people that don't live in the City of Corpus Christi to be able to access that. And, there's partnerships that we may have with City of Robstown. From time to time, they're in a cycle that they are down personnel, and they don't have the personnel that we got to try to help them with. And we are now seems to be in that cycle ourselves. And so there's back and forth. I think there's ways to improve that. And if that includes also partnering with the City of Corpus Christi one day, let's do it. But I don't think it has to be an either or. I think we can move ahead, allow this process to take place, and then continue that conversation and see how can we plan it out. I don't see it as one ending the other's opportunity just because we vote on this today with a competitive sealed proposal. We've agreed to it. We've supported it. We have found the funding. Nothing is changing that today. It's just authorizing to move to the next step. That's all I'm asking from the court, is to allow us to move to the next step, which we had already voted on previously.
And John, I just wanted to let you know the reason that conversation never had was because the court told me not to. The court voted that down.
I never told you.
No, I did. I made a motion to do it. I didn't get a second, so I was not allowed to go have. I'm not going to go have a conversation.
I don't think anyone ever reprimanded you or told you.
No, reprimanded, but there's no point. If the court's not interested, I'm not going to go waste my time or the city's time and go have a lengthy set of conversations when the court has. And I'm okay with that, but the court's outvoted my request each time, and that's why there's been a conversation.
That's why I want you to know I'm okay with it. I'm okay with that conversation in the future. I don't think this is something that will happen overnight, even over the next few months. I think this could be years in the making. So that it talks about it's going to deal with budgeting and personnel and all of that. It's going to take a long time if we ever get there. And I'm not saying let's turn it down. I'm just saying we're here. we need to build this facility. Let's build it now while the cost is cheaper.
And we
can
respectfully
save money.
disagree on that. I just wanted to explain to you why that conversation with the city hadn't happened, because I tried to do that. I tried to make a motion, and it never got anywhere. And that's okay. I just want you to understand that I'm not going to go spend time on something that this court doesn't, I know this court, by a 4-1 vote, didn't want to do. So that's what didn't happen.
So I'm going to bring us back home here after some lengthy discussion. Again, the purpose of today and the item that we're on was simply to receive the comparison, which we did. And just so you know, while it's a comparison on this particular facility, you should keep these notes because they could pertain to other opportunities in the future as to which type of procurement. The reason there's 6 that exist in the code is because that there are times where each of them are better than the other. And that's non-debatable. That is why they exist sometimes. And we've used them, not all of them, but we've used quite a few. So whether it's JOC or job order contracting or, competitive sealed proposals, construction management at risk, design build, different facilities that you're building, infrastructure, merit different looks at what type of procurement is best. And that's all to do one thing, get a better job, quality-wise, and save money. And so that's the issue before us here today. I just want to remind the court, since we've kind of gone into this, is that there's a reason that this building was needed. And that's because a feasibility study was done before the architects got into the design by our own vote. And that feasibility study said something that was not flattering. It said that the rural communities are overrun with stray animals. And they rank you in the country. And unfortunately, we're the 3rd worst in the country. And this feasibility study also gave us a blueprint for what we needed. So it doesn't matter who operates it. You can have that discussion whenever. And it doesn't matter whether you've got board members that aren't getting along. And it doesn't matter. All of those things can be worked with or through at the appropriate time. What we're talking about here is how do we get a quality project on the budget that the court has already voted on and keep it on time. And that's what it's about today. And so I think it's important to have all these conversations, but for clarity, this is a project that the court has already said we are going to proceed, and to stop it now is going to, quite frankly, as Commissioner Mata said, I'll use his analogy, you're in step 5 already. We need to go forward so that this county doesn't lose out. And that's the whole thing. But you still have plenty of time to do all the things you want to talk about in the future. This this agenda item is just to say, hey, is this the best one for this project that you've already approved? This is the one that will be better money-wise and quality-wise. So I'm asking you all to support Commissioner Mattis's
Judge, I have a comment.
plea. I'll be right with you.
Thank you.
To do, just to choose. That's all it is today. You can have other discussions next year about all the things you want to talk about. But today it's about saying this is the type of procurement for this building that's already been approved and is already in step 5 that needs to get done. And I hope that you guys will choose the most economical one because that makes the most sense. Commissioner Hernandez.
Thank you, Judge. I agree with Commissioner Chesney. We need to see if it's feasible for us to partner with the city. Okay? And I think that's a good idea to wait and talk to the city, talk to the people, see if we can. My whole thing here is trying to save money for our community, for our courthouse, because we're always seen to be looking for money because we're always short on money. But if we can do something that'll save us money, like partnering with the city, I'm willing to do that.
And which city? I'm just curious. Which city? Corpus Christi or Robstown?
Well, whether it be Corpus Christi or Robstown, Judge, either one.
Right. So just so you know, Corpus Christi is filled to the brim. That is why we have a problem. You can't even, there's no place to take cats. And by the way, I know you mentioned large animals, Commissioner Chesney. This facility is not meant for large animals. So this facility is meant for small animals or medium-sized animals, but it's not meant for it's not designed for large animals. So I just needed you to correct that.
You know, Judge, if we're going to spend money, there's plenty of space in the old show barn building, and that was meant for large animals.
Right. The show barn is not a facility where animals can be kept. That's a complete, we have actually upgraded our show barn, and it's great. And we have, as you remember, a program with RISD, and we've done all of those upgrades already. This is an animal care facility. This court has already voted on it. We're in the middle of this project. This is to get the procurement right.
But you mentioned large animals.
I didn't. Commissioner Chesney did. I just wanted
But
you to
you
know
were
that this.
repeating what Commissioner Chesney said. So I'm saying the outside of the old show barn is plenty of room to where we can build stalls to keep those animals and see how we can save money, Judge, not just be putting money out.
Yeah, okay, I think there's a disconnect. I just want to say this for the last time. We don't, in our animal care and control, unless it's a dead hog or, on the side of the road, we do not house large animals in our animal care facility. That's what I'm saying to you. This new facility.
So how do we do it before?
Okay,
The county has responsibility that the city doesn't have, that has been that debate before, and that was all I was referencing.
Right, I think
to,
there's
and the reference
confusion
was
here.
That the county has responsibility for some of these large animals in respect that the city doesn't. And so all I was saying was it would be advantageous to be able to meet with the city before we built this facility so that we could see what, if anything, they could do and what we could use this existing facility upgraded for in respect to the bigger picture. So the reference to the large county or the large animals, which has been brought up in debate by this court before, I was just acknowledging that we have a responsibility that the city doesn't have because they don't work.
I'm trying to get him to understand that that's not what we do. Will you make sure, I think if you say it, maybe he'll hear it. We don't do big horses or cattle inside our facility.
Right, but if they're loose or if they're stray.
Right, but we have
But we have all I was trying to say was we have a responsibility that the cities don't because there aren't usually large horses running around the city of Corpus Christi. They're in the county. So
understood. But that's not what this facility does on a day-to-day basis, and it's not what the need is.
It has responsibility for.
That's correct.
It does have responsibility.
But that's not what this facility is for. This facility, there is a great need, and again, we've already expended a tremendous amount of dollars. This project has already been approved. It's almost as if you're trying to time turn here. We've already had this debate, and we already voted 4-1 to go forward. Commissioner Hernandez, you voted to go forward. All we're doing here is keeping going forward.
But what I'm hearing, what I heard back then and what I'm hearing now, I've changed my opinion to where we do need to try and partner up maybe with the city or whoever else is close to us till we can do this. And I just don't know how to.
Right.
The county used to pick up large animals, Judge.
They still do.
But that's correct. We don't have a debate about that. What we're saying is this facility is designed for dogs and cats. That is where the terrible statistics are. And just so you know, we have already explored with all of the people for over, Commissioner Montes, how long have you been working on this project? 3 years?
3 years.
3 years. So the ship that you want to embark on is possible, but that doesn't change the fact that the facility needs to be built. This project is already going forward. If you are going to stop this now, you are going to not just stop the progress of the actual, but you just literally wasted 3 years of time, which all has a dollar figure to it, plus all the money that we've already put forth. It's like saying we're going to stop the ADA project because we want to re-examine whether or not ADA is a good thing. We've already made that decision as a court.
Or the mental project.
Yeah, any project. We're in the middle of it. You've already gone
Which we don't
there.
have money for, Judge.
What?
Which we don't have enough money for the mental people or project that we want to do.
Well, we actually
mental
have,
illness.
yes, sir, we have a fully funded, we're getting off, but we do have a fully funded project for that, so.
The only, I know that we voted for it, but, at that time we voted was 4-2, but I didn't see the
4-1.
the breakdown we have here, we actually included program management. That wasn't talked about when we voted.
It was, sir.
No,
It
wasn't.
was.
Not
I know
for
you think
construction.
that, but
Not for
let's
construction.
just vote. Let me just tell you something.
So I can't
Each
really
and
vote for
every
that.
time we have,
I can't vote for that.
you did, and just so you know, we have project management on every single project that we're doing in Nueces County that is of substance.
You mean program, Judge? You said project, you mean program?
Wait a second.
You said project, did you mean?
Yes, no, I meant project, if you'll just allow me and not interrupt. Project management, when there's more than one project, it becomes a program. When we embarked on our capital improvement plan, we decided to have certain arenas. Our court voted on it. I know what you guys are trying to do. You're trying to undo everything that we've already done, and you do so at the peril of the taxpayer, and it's just not cool. You can do it all day long, and you can continue to manipulate this court, and I actually feel sorry for you, Commissioner Hernandez, because I think what you are is being manipulated. I think
Really?
at the end of the day.
Judge, what I'm trying to do is
You would know what
save money
manipulation
for our
is.
county judge. You throw money around like if it was candy, okay? And as far as project manager is concerned, I've had my terrible experience from your project managers at the dog park,
Okay,
which you gave $300,000 to for doing nothing.
Okay, we're way off base, and you make not only no sense.
No, he makes a lot of sense, Judge. You
You
just
make-
don't like what he says. When you say people are getting manipulated, people respond to you, and you don't like when people
No.
respond back to what you're saying. No one's manipulating anyone. It's a debate. It's called a debate. I know you don't like to debate because you want it your way, but the rest of us have opinions. Commissioner Hernandez has opinions. You cut off Commissioner Gonzalez midway through his yet again, and you say, I interrupted just by answering a question, but Commissioner Gonzalez can't even finish anything without you interrupting. You chastise Commissioner Hernandez on a regular basis. This is debate. If the court wants to change their mind,
No,
now's
it's
the
not
time to
debate.
change their mind. It's not the time. It's not after we go to procurement and spend another gazillion dollars. If the court's not going to change their mind, then great, I'll be outvoted and move on. But I'm willing to accept that, but not without continuing to express my opinion. That's not manipulation. That's debate. When there's an item on the agenda, that means we get to debate it. You don't like what we say, and you call it other things, and you use words like manipulation, etc. So that's okay. You get to do that. But at the end of the day, the rest of us get to have opinions without being criticized for our opinions. Well, you get to criticize us because you do that regularly. But I'm going to continue to have them no matter what you say about me or how you criticize. But you can't sit here and say to Commissioner Hernandez, he's getting manipulated or whatever, and not expect him to get mad, or you can't cut off Commissioner Gonzalez and expect, or say what you're going to say. Yeah, we can change this at any point. That's exactly what we can do. And it's not a farce to the taxpayer. It's a savings. If we don't spend $4.2 million and we spend $200, that's a savings of $4 million. So you're looking at it in a complete wrong way. Just because it's fully funded doesn't mean we have to do it or do it this way. They may still like it, but they may not want to spend $4.2 million. They may want to spend $3.5. I don't think we ought to spend anything right now until we talk to the city, but they may not agree with me. I'm okay with that. I'm going to keep expressing my opinion.
Commissioner Myers, I'm just going to call for the vote so that we can move on, okay? But you can see the problem that you have, and I know that you will work diligently to try and rectify it. And the situation is that the COs that we use, Dale, were 2015s. They do need to be expended.
Just 2019.
And, I'm sorry, not 2015s. It was, no, it was. It was 2015s and 2016s. And and the fact that we committed those funds was absolutely not only appropriate, but needed. As you know, you've got the 3 years, and it was very important that we committed those funds. If you decommit those funds, Dale, I think you should look into that, because that would be.
That's already been used, Judge, because we've spent that much money already.
I'm not talking to you, Dale.
Things already been used.
I'm asking Dale, you need to look at that, because that was committed to the project in and of itself, and that could be a problem with the IRS. So, at any rate, it's very clear what's happening here, and I'm going to let,
I don't want to vote something that's going to commit.
in this one-
Management, so. This is
well,
what I'm
program
trying-
management is, you can get an agenda item. That's done. We voted on that in 2019, just so you know. In 2019, you're going to have to get some, maybe you can work with Kara, because clearly it's just, they need to get refreshed on how we did this through the RFQ process, and then we literally brought it to court, and we chose which projects were going to be benefited by it. It has benefited by it. We have been able to take a project that was this and move it down to this. And we did so based on data, like real data. That's how real government officials are supposed to make decisions. They make policy decisions from data, and that's what we did.
Remember that, Judge.
So
Real
that's what's unfortunate, is that the feasibility study tells you that you need it, and this court already is in the process of doing it, and you're stopping forward motion for no reason really whatsoever, except for Commissioner Chesney was the one vote, and now he's taken the 4-1 vote and reversed it.
Well, I've always felt like that about program management, Judge.
Well, you can change program management. That's your business.
Right.
That's not what we're doing here, Commissioner Gonzalez. What we're
voted
doing
for it.
here is just trying to get the ball moving so that this design can get to construction. It's going to take a while, but this gives the authority to procure. It has nothing to do with program management. If you don't like it, bring it forward. But this gets
I'm doing now, bringing it forward.
Yeah, but that's
And
not
you
an
don't like
agenda
it,
item.
and you don't like it. But
No, it has nothing to do with liking it. It has everything to do with it not being germane. All you're voting on here is whether or not the procurement is X or Y. That's it.
Well, X or Y at 4.2 million.
Yes, sir, we've already voted on that. You said you liked debate. You lost that debate.
I'm just clarifying.
You lost it. No, it's not a clarity. We already voted on it 4-1,
Right.
and now you're undoing
To
it.
go for 4.2, you've also heard, if you were listening today, you heard Commissioner Gonzalez saying he was concerned about the price. You've heard Commissioner Hernandez say he's concerned about the price. By moving forward today, you are moving forward at a procurement of 4.2 million.
Right, one that's already been authorized by this
Just-
court,
it's-
Commissioner Chesney.
I agree. Don't agree
It's
to
just-
disagree, but I'm just saying it's
Right.
not just moving forward, it's moving forward at 4.2
No,
million.
it's
That's-
it's
is.
doing exactly what this court has already done.
But that's all I'm saying, but it's moving forward at 4.2.
No kidding, we voted on it.
No kidding.
And Commissioner Gonzalez, you actually, when you look at your tape, you'll actually see that you said, I can live with that. That was the number that you worked out with Commissioner Modis from this dais that you said was appropriate.
I told him that I would support it.
You did, and you said you thought that was a
know,
number
but
that you
again,
could live
I'm going to
with.
tell you again, Judge, you can think whatever you want to think, but I can tell you again, but the program management, again, to me, wasn't part of that discussion. So, and I'm concerned about that program management because we just continue to have problems with program management. I'm not going to go through that again like we've been doing all this other time. So I'm sorry, but I feel that way.
Again,
we
this-
can wait
this-
till January to see how we're going to handle this program management thing. I would rather wait, but if not,
I'm also going to bring this a little bit into executive session, just so you know, Jenny, based on those comments. But on this item, it has nothing to do with program management. It just has to do with procurement. Has nothing to do with program management at all. Has to do with what type you're going to use. That's it. So you can feel all the way you feel about everything. It's just about the type. It's a yes or no as to whether or not you think this type will get you a better price for the county. Yes or no. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor of using this type, competitive seal proposal for this Shelter Planners of America's design for the Animal Care Center.
Type or what?
What?
Is there another type?
Yes, sir. The type that.
This is to procure, but this is also to go
Excuse me,
out
Commissioner
for
Chesney.
procurement. This is to
Chesney.
go out for procurement.
Commissioner
You're
Chesney,
you're
you haven't
misstating.
been recognized. Commissioner Gonzalez, let me ask JP to answer that question again. He asked a question. Please help him answer it without Commissioner Chesney. Interruption. I'll call on you next so that you can influence.
Will you please repeat your question
Well,
for
you've
me?
been doing that
so I
well.
can make sure that I give you an answer.
Okay, we're going to this procurement thing. Is there a different kind of procurement thing? Another kind of methods that we can go to or what?
Right, so the first method that I spoke to today was a hard bid a true bid process rather than a qualifications-based selection. So those are the two methods that are most applicable to this project type. And so we're recommending competitive seal proposal because we believe it offers the best value to the county, both from a quality standpoint, from a time management standpoint, and from the fact that this project does have some complexities that other jobs don't have. And so unlike other places in the county where we've used hard bid, this is an application where we believe competitive seal proposal is the best method to use.
But you are also asking to go out for bids today with this, correct? That's what this agenda item is for, JP, right?
That is the next agenda item, I believe, is an order that comes along with it. So this is the selection of the method. And I don't want to get in Michael's lane here exactly, but we're selecting the method here. And then the order follows, I believe, is the next item, and that's what I'm scrolling to find.
Yeah, the first one is just a presentation, but then the second one
Yes, sir.
is this would be sending this out for bids under the concealed, under the, under the
Competitive.
CSP process. So
That's
it's not
correct.
just picking a process, it's going out for bids. This is what we're doing today.
Utilizing the method of competitive seal proposal.
Right, but going out for,
That's number
this is
5.
asking to go out for bids under the CSP process. Number 5.
That is true.
And is it written yet? Because typically it takes some time to actually write the CSP. So for example.
It is not written.
Right, so getting it out to bid is really that's a little bit of a stretch. It doesn't go out to bid. It basically has to be written up first, right? And normally that process is seamless. But if the court wanted to, they could choose the method of procurement. You could write it up, and then they could make choices on when they wanted to release it. But the idea here is the agenda item was simply just choose if this is the best method when you go out for construction.
So 4, we can choose 4, say yes, go ahead, 4.
Sorry.
5, we can say we need to hold off on 5.
No, 4 is just a
Yeah, but-
presentation.
Yeah.
5 is what we're being asked to do, which is go out for bids. This is not just choosing a method. I'm sorry, Judge, you are stating this incorrectly.
Yeah, it's just
Respectfully,
procurement.
this is choosing a method and going for bids. Michael doesn't bring it back to us. Once we tell him to go for bids, right, Michael, you go for bids. You don't come
I
back
just
to us.
said that you could pause because you needed to write it up first. You can choose the method and hold on the release, but you need to know it takes a lot of time to put together these bids. And so the concept here is, are you going to, choose this good method or not? And the answer is,
Jenny,
I don't know.
is it too late to table this? Make a motion to table this?
I think there's
But 4 is not an action item, but you're still on 4. Number 5 is the action item,
That's
and y'all
right.
have not gotten to it yet.
That's what I'm asking now,
Yeah.
can we do 4?
You're
4 is just
doing
a
4.
presentation.
We
Yeah,
approve
4 is just
Nope, there's
No
nothing
vote.
to approve on
Okay,
4.
so it's just a presentation, so you're through with 4, so now we go to 5.
I've been through with 4 for a while.
Okay, let's go to 5.
All right, thank
But
you.
it obviously didn't sink in since there was no understanding of the choices, okay? So,
Because
I
you
mean,
Judge, you made the motion, so
Yeah.
it must not have sunk in with
Right.
you. You made the motion,
You got us
Judge.
confused, Judge.
So, I guess you didn't understand. How's
I
that?
got everybody confused, JP. I apologize to you. I got everybody confused.
Yes, you did.
Okay, so they're all confused.
I think
I
you were
appreciate
combining.
it.
both of them.
Kara, thank
I think
you.
you were combining 4 and 5.
Thank you.
That's what we said, but.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Modis, I guess, had to step out, so we can wait, or I'll just take the vote, and then he can add to the vote. If it's where I'm thinking it's going, it won't matter. So I don't know where he went. Only because it's his project. I'll tell you what, since 4 is just a presentation, we'll just skip over 5 until he gets back, okay? I know, I'll just have to suspend, I guess.
Judge, if you're going to 5, I'd make a motion to table 5.
Well, I've already have a motion on the
Oh,
floor.
okay, thank you.
There is?
All right, Commissioner Modis, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
What are we voting for now? I'm confused.
No.
It's the procurement to choose the construction services under competitive sealed proposals.
And go out for bids.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. I'm an aye.
Okay.
There's a no. Commissioner Gonzalez?
No, I'll bring it back in January the 18th.
You want to make a
Well,
motion to
that's,
table?
there's no motion at this moment.
Let's
Just
make
give
a
us a
motion.
second. Let me get the whole vote. Commissioner Hernandez, you're a no?
I'm a no.
And Commissioner Modis?
Aye.
Okay, aye. All right, so is there a new motion on this?
I'd like to make a motion, we bring this back in January the 18th.
January 18th, is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, no. All right. All right. We'll move on then to all of that. Let's see. JP, there's a lot more here for you to do. I'm trying to organize our time.
Do y'all need
Yes.
to take a vote to extend the meeting because it's supposed to end at noon?
Yes, we'll take a vote. Let me see what the quick ones we can get done.
Well, I'd like to make a motion, we just say till 1 o'clock.
All right. Motion to extend the meeting to 1 o'clock. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, let me just call some, hold on, JP, I'm going to call some so we can get things going that are important and are easy. They're under Human Resources, C1 and 2, is discuss and consider reclassifying the Chief Executive of the County Judge Public Information Group, Pay Group 38 to Pay Group 36, effective January 1st, 2023. And the second one also relates to advertising the position to the Chief Executive of the County Judge, and discuss and consider the approval of advertising the position for the incoming judge-elect, new county judge, Connie Scott. I spoke with her myself, so I can assure you that these are her wishes. Other than on item number 1, you were going to visit with her, about whether or not the job description for the public information officer, Tyler Thorson, included emergency management. It was my understanding it did not. So we're going to do this today, but it may have to come back. She thought that it included it, and I told her it did not. You were going to get her the backup documentation.
But in all fairness of time also, Judge, because even if we're not going to continue, it won't be done. I'd like to table number 7.
Well, I need to get a vote first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, let's do C1. It's to reclassify the chief executive, just so everybody knows, that's the current position held by Maggie Turner.
So moved.
Second.
And second, and again, the only discussion is I want it on the record. She expressly told me that if it did not include the emergency management PIO, if the current PIO did not cover the EMPIO, they may want to revisit this. So, okay, so I just want you to know that. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. And then the second one is the position that is the advertising of the position of executive secretary. This is something that's done as part of protocol.
So moved.
Second,
Okay.
but you need to remove that PIO next to the judge.
Well, I cannot do that
I'm
because,
talking that day. But
well, I can't, I've already informed her, and she was told that,
We can do whatever we want. That's why we put it on.
yeah, I mean, I'm.
on item number 1,
No, 2.
Number 2.
Advertising the
So why
position of
would-
chief executive to county judge / PIO.
remove PIO in that
Yeah,
second.
remove
Okay,
the
I
words.
want to make sure it's not in the, because the first one, that is exactly how it is.
All right.
All right, so again, these are the advertising pieces, right, for the 2 positions in the county judge's office. So if there's no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
As
Okay, those-
amended without the PIO out. Right.
Yeah, and just so you know, these will get advertised and hopefully be placed in the new year. Okay, in the effort to get to item, I also am going to call another one that I think we can do quickly. It's Public Works. Juan, their change orders for all these county roads. I don't think it should take long. Their approvals for County Road 67, 69, 77, and Bower Road. Those are our CDBG DR roads.
That's correct, Judge. This is just a quick cleanup on some paperwork. It's just a deduction of $2,000, and Public Works is recommending the change order.
So moved, Judge.
Second.
Second, okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hey, let me just go ahead and give you what I
Okay,
got.
and
Judge.
excuse me, I'll call on you when I'm ready.
Well, no, I like to
But
just
that
go-
doesn't
I like
work
to-
that way.
You gave what you had, Let me give you what I have.
Excuse me,
okay?
sir. The way it
Why
works,
is it only what good what you want, Judge, and not what we
Commissioner
want?
Gonzalez, you're going to have 4 years to do all the interrupting you want. But for now,
Probably won't have
for the
to,
next
Judge.
hour,
I probably won't have to.
well, how wonderful for this how wonderful
But
for the
anyway,
court.
let me go ahead.
You're
I'd like
not
to
going
table.
to do it because I have to recognize you. That's the way it works, sir. Okay? I'm sorry.
Why am I here?
Yeah.
Because you have to follow the rules. And that's the way it works. I have to recognize you. So I'm working on D1, the approval of the budget change orders number 4 for the fiscal year and the change order number 114. It's item D1 and 2. Dale, I know these are important to get done, so let's get those. Tell us about number 4 for the year.
For budget change order number 4, this is very quick. We only have 3 departments requesting funds. The largest one is for Road and Bridge. However, the Road and Bridge just needs some increase for some janitorial services. When we did the last contract a few months back, when we did the budget, it was excluded that we didn't include a little bit more that we should have for Road and Bridge. So that's why there's a $40,000 increase. Those funds are needed. For the county attorney, they have some vacancies in their office. They need some temporary services to cover this cost. They have the funds available to do the transfer. And for the county clerk, they had some overtime due to the last last election services. That happens every 2 years. They have the funds available in this temporary service to cover these costs. These are the requests for the departments that submitted, and they meet our requirements on submit budget change number 4 for your acceptance and approval.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
All right, thank you. I'll second. Any questions for Dale? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, how about the project budget change order number 114?
Yes, Your Honor, you all approved the contract for A-Light and Workday. There is some costs associated with that cost. As you all know, we went out for a proposal for a PFCO 22 series funds. We're going to allocate $2.4 million for the A-Light side of it. Now, when we actually had the funds received, we were told that some of the costs for our operations of Workday wouldn't be allowed to be funded through this. So now we're going to ask your permission to allow some of the equipment for Public Works to be paid through this particular funding sources. So you'll see that we're going to allocate $300,000 for Public Works at this time. This way we can still fund the funds that we need to for Workday through the general fund and reduce it by the transfer. We're going to have to transfer it to a 120. So at this time we're submitting those requests for the 2022 series PPFCO for $2.4 million for A-Light to move our software forward, as well as buy equipment for Public Works. I'll answer any question you might have.
So moved.
I won't lie, if anybody understood all that, that would be really impressive. So I think there's a little bit of faith going on right now. I believe what you meant to say was that this is necessary in order to produce the dollars needed fiscally and responsibly to purchase Workday.
That's correct.
All right, I like that one. I'll do a second on that. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, now I got auditor, got all of those done. Let me ask you this, because this is going to take us potentially into executive session. Do we need the county game room policy in executive? That's number 15. Is it?
I don't think so, unless you have.
Is it
specific-
ready to go?
It is ready to go. I anticipate that as it gets started, that we'll find problems that need to be addressed and.
Right, and then you
the order
address them.
changes.
Right. Just as a matter of just interest, I just got an email that was interesting on the listserv, and you know what? It literally said exactly what you said. It was to my goodness, Jim Allison. Almost said Doug Allison. It was to Jim Allison, and it basically said, Jim, will you look over our regulations? And he said, I will. He said, there are standards out there that a lot of counties are using. He said, but basically, you're going to find out almost when you find out, so to speak, and that, that there are some pitfalls. So I don't know what to say here, except for that I know that you've been working on it diligently. And if you think they're ready, and may I ask sort of the broad question to cover us, do they comport with all that the court directed?
Yes, I believe so. There were some changes with the new game room administrator, some changes there, and.
But they all comport with everything that
yes.
we've been
Hours
doing.
of operation. It still doesn't make gambling legal in the state of Texas.
Absolutely. And do you believe that it would be is it important, I know there was some timing, is it important to approve them today? Would you like to punt them to next year? It's important, right? Will you tell
It's
us about that?
important. When the court voted, I believe in May of this year, it was announced that, well, at some point, it was announced later on that the game room regulations would become effective January 2nd.
So that's why it's important. I just want to let the audience know and the court know that, all right, so if they comport to what our directive was and all the finalizations have done, is there a motion to approve such policies? Okay. Yes, I've got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, there's a second. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Question real quick.
Yes, yes, of course, of course. Go ahead.
So we had a big working group. I mean, we had a lot of people involved. When we first started off on this issue, I was the one that asked to have this after hours because we knew a lot of people were working and wanted a big turnout, and we had that on at least the 2 public hearings that we had based on this issue. So what other times have we brought in any of those individuals, or has it just been exclusive to you and your staff and the sheriff to work on this, or?
I believe early on during the first half of the year, people were coming into the county attorney's office, but there were also people having meetings with other people in the community. So I believe those people were then encouraged to come to our office. Some people called, never came in. Some people came in multiple times. We listened to everybody. We dealt with people who at first understood it was making gambling legal in the state of Texas or in the Nueces County. We've always tried to convey that that is not something that the Commissioner's Court has attempted to do, nor could it do. And then we have also interacted repeatedly with people who represent the bingo room community, trying to make sure that everybody has been heard and put together the policy in conjunction with the Sheriff's Department.
Okay. Commissioner, how do you feel about this? Ready to go? You're good? Okay. All right, thank you. And of course, once you get a result from this court, you'll publish it, so it'll be on our website and, as they say, for all the world to see. Okay. In that case, if these county game room policies meet with your satisfaction, there has been a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Judge, I had a
Okay.
cleanup on one. on
A
human
cleanup
resources.
on one that we've already done on HR? Go
Yes, ma'am.
ahead.
Number one, on the Nueces County job description for the
Yes.
chief executive, on education and experience, it was requested to change the word "and" a minimum of 10 years of increasingly responsible to "or" a minimum of 10 years of increasingly so.
All
That
right.
would be on education experience. So I just need to amend the job description to change the word.
And really, it's number 2, right, if it's job description?
It's number one. It's the,
But
well,
the job description is inside number 2.
sure.
Okay.
Number 2. That's
So
fine.
let's
That's
do
right.
number 2.
And then it's changing the word on education
I'll
experience.
take that amendment as a motion.
And that would be
Kara,
the
did you
motion.
catch that one? It's on C2. It has to do with the actual job description that's going to get posted. And it has to do with an amendment to the job description itself.
Yeah, and it's education experience, and it would change the word "or related field" from "and" a minimum of 10 years to "or" a minimum of 10 years.
Just a, okay, and or instead of, or instead of and.
No master required.
Okay?
That was the motion.
And there's a motion, and is there a second?
Second.
And there's a second by Gonzalez, and is there any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And, all right. Okay, now what I'm going to do is, there's some other ones that are super important for time. And Louis, I'm going to call on you. They're related. 12, 13, and 14 are all related. And they basically, well, I'm sorry, they're not all related, but they related to your department and to emergency services. So,
I'm going to make a motion, Judge. I make a motion.
on number 12.
that we table 13 and 14.
Okay, well, hold on one second. I've only called number 12, and we're going in order here.
Motion to pass 12.
Okay.
Second.
Kara, let me hear from you, Kara.
I have a question. For the game room regulations, for our backup, we did not get a copy of those regulations that you need to sign. So, Jenny, what is on the agenda, but we usually get a original. if you will,
Oh,
from the
some hard
office.
copies? Okay.
Yeah, so we have,
We'll have 3 copies delivered.
like now,
Right now?
so the judge,
Yes.
she needs to sign them. Okay, thank you. That's it. Thank
Yeah,
you, Judge.
okay, so on item number 12, this is an interlocal agreement with the city of Robstown to provide fire and emergency rescue services. There's already a motion, but I'd like to announce it for the clerk. And it's basically not living, they're living in Nueces, but they are in unincorporated areas, and they're not in the jurisdiction of ESDs or not in any city boundaries. And so this is all in order. Louis, you've been working with Jenny.
So on this one, Judge, I have not, but I do know the situation on the unincorporated areas and the need for fire and emergency services
Okay.
outside the border of Robstown.
Wait, so
But the interlocal agreement hasn't been looked at by you, Jenny? I thought we had. I think maybe I didn't say it correctly, but I think all I meant to
thought it
say
had
is
too.
it ready from the county attorneys? I thought we had already checked on this.
Is it ready, Jenny?
The document is legally sufficient.
Okay.
And I believe it has been done in the past.
Just want to make sure you've looked at it.
Yes,
I thought you had.
Yes,
That's why
I
made
think
the
this
motion.
one has.
Okay.
Okay, so motion, is there a second? I think there was already, Kara, sorry. Okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. And I'm going to let you do your table, but please listen, just for a moment.
Do we vote
On
first?
item,
I'm sorry. Aye.
yes, we did.
Well, no.
No, we didn't.
Sorry.
Okay, I did.
The vote.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, on item 13, these folks are paying their own way, and we're on a time situation for hazard mitigation action plan. Please allow Louis, before you table, please allow him to at least let you know that this isn't costing you any dollars. This is needed so that the plan is sufficient, and this is something that we're required to do for the state, and this is not costing us dollars. Louis, is that correct?
That's correct, Judge. And even more importantly, Water Control District Number 4, Water Control District Number 4 has a mitigation grant on the table that they need to be a part of the county's HMAP to exercise. The reason why they can't move forward is because they are not a part of the county's hazard mitigation action plan. If we table this, we already asked for one extension. We may not get another one. So I'm asking that we take this under advisement before we table.
Yeah, this one is absolutely critical. All the IIJA grants, all the FEMA grants, everything having to do with mitigation so that your areas that you represent can have the chance to get federal funds to do good things, have to be in the HMAP plan.
And is there funds for engineering also included in those?
Yes, that's what they're paying for. The HMAP gets produced
22,770, where is that coming from?
from those District 2, 3,
Yes.
and 4.
You're right, Judge. So the water districts themselves, the jurisdictions that we're bringing into the HMAP right now, they're going to pay their own way into it.
And again, this is a charge. Nueces County acts on behalf of all the jurisdictions. And
Well, they're paying their own way, Judge, I move.
thank you so much.
They're paying their own way.
Motion and a second. Is any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
13.
I'm sorry, on item 13. Thank you, Kara. Aye. Please signify by saying aye.
We did. Aye. Again.
Aye.
Okay.
I'm going to move to table number 14.
Well, number 14 is number 13. It is the companion. It's how we get the work done. They are doing the HMAP work. The court already authorized them to do it. That's what they're paying for. 2, 3, and 4.
They're paying for it.
They're paying for it.
So we're not paying for that. The district's paying for that, is what you're saying, Judge?
That's correct. That District
there's
2,
another-
3, and 4 are paying their way, so the plan is complete. Number 14 says we're going to amend their agreement to include them, and they're paying for that inclusion, for the work that's being done.
But then it says in number 4, notwithstanding any other provisions of the agreement, cost of the service shall be provided will be 162, and unless authorized by subsequent written agreement. So in other words,
62,000.
is it increasing the amount
It
because
does.
of the increased pay by the entities?
That's correct.
Okay, so
That's
this is
correct.
no additional cost
No
to Nueces
additional
County.
cost.
I'm just, okay.
No
So this is
additional
no additional cost to Nueces County. This is just amending the land agreement that's already in place, that we've already approved and paid for, and we're adding this in, but it's not costing us any more money.
That's correct. That's what 2, 3, and 4 are paying into. They have to have the agreement to
I get
change
it.
it.
Just clarification. I mean, is that right, Jenny? Anybody else? I mean,
That's
they're-
correct,
Louis,
Commissioner.
somebody? Okay.
As
let me
well
just-
as,
okay,
I
everybody.
want to point out that we are still in the process of getting the GLO to fund this project for us. So we're really close to kind of finalizing that as well. So it may not cost the county any money at all to get our HMAP
You
moved
may
forward.
not, or you not.
But hold on, Louis, because
depends on-
this gets confusing. Let's just stick to 2, 3, and 4, then I'll let you go back to the GLO. On 2, 3, and 4, they're paying their way, period.
Exactly, Judge.
And that's what 14 does. What Louis is talking about is our portion. We applied for a grant initially from FEMA, didn't get it. Then the GLO said, hey, why don't you apply from us? We've got extra funds. That's what Louis is saying, is the money that we already voted on, we may get back. That, we're very close to hearing from them. They typically tell us, like, it should be any day now, that they'll tell us whether or not we're going to get our money back for Nueces County. But that has nothing to do with 2, 3, and 4. 2, 3, and 4 is guaranteed money.
That's money already spent.
That's correct. We may get money back that we've already spent. That's the best way to say it.
And again, 13 and 14, Jenny, this is all legally sufficient, right? Everything, you have no issues with any of this from a legal standpoint, 13 and 14?
Correct.
No cost
Okay.
of money.
And it's not going
And
to
it's
cost
no
any money for the
cost.
county? It's a pass-through?
Yes.
Okay.
Each county will, each district will pay $22,770, I believe, to cover the additional $68,310.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Therefore, for Kara, item number 14, I think I need to get a motion. I'll make the motion to approve the supplement to make certain that
Second.
District 2, 3, and 4 are included in Hazard Mitigation Action Plan. Motion in a second. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. I'm going to go back to, Melinda was here, just so we can finish it up. It was, I'll bring you right back, Louis, but let me do a little quick housekeeping. Melinda, you were coming in to answer a question so that we could go back to that consent agenda and get item E, remember, for Commissioner Gonzalez. Go
Yes.
ahead. What did you find out?
The 2 ARPA positions
Yes,
for the
ma'am.
medical examiner were approved in budget for this year.
Sorry, which one are we going to?
Remember, Commissioner Gonzalez wanted Melinda to find out if
back
the
on the-
ARPA was
Okay.
approved for those 2 investigators, and she says it was approved for the budget, those 2 investigators,
For the ARP, that was a 3-2 vote that, that was, I remember that now. That was
the
one where
investigators.
you and I
And
voted
then
against it, and they voted for it.
Solis, it wasn't a typo. She was a part-time medical examiner, or medical examiner investigator that was promoted to a full-time. So the pay groups are correct. It's just 29 hours a week versus now 40 hours a week.
Okay, thank you very
That
much.
was correct.
So is there a motion then from
So
you?
moved.
I've got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Okay, good. All right, now, Louis, I am going to bring you back up, but I'm going to hold on some things and just try to get the things that are most important in order to fulfill our need to make sure we have temporary generators. I need you to address item number 11, and also Michael's here as well. But this is the extension of the ROMCO equipment for a very short amount of time for standby generators while our generators are finishing up.
I'm going to move with table 11. Till
Okay,
January the
I would
18th.
ask that you please let Louis again finish, just like the last one.
I don't want to go into discussion, Judge. I want to move.
But
to
we
table.
will not have generators. We will not have generators.
We've got generators. They haven't been doing a good job with the generators.
Oh, my God.
We've got generators.
I feel like
We're
I'm
spending too
like
much
having
money,
contractions
on
here.
generators we shouldn't have to spend, but I mean, you don't seem to understand that either. But anyway, I mean, I'm table number 11, whether I lose or not, I don't care. Mine is to table number 11 until January the 18th.
Second.
You're putting this county at risk by not having, we do not have
But
generators.
The boilers are at risk, and y'all put the county
This is
at
not
risk.
the boilers,
I
this is
know,
the
I understand that,
generators.
But it's the
But
same
everything we
thing,
do
Judge.
is at
No,
risk,
it's not the
and
same
what you do is
thing.
not at risk.
It's
So-
not the same thing. You know what it is? It's called, this is completely irresponsible. Please allow Louis to explain before you table. I'll hear your table. Please allow him so that this county is not at risk. We had a winter storm that was unexpected.
I remember that one.
Chief Cook, I'm asking for some concept of, please call Sheriff Hooper. We will not meet jail standards if we do not have generators
We have
that can come on.
generators, Judge.
They're
We
not,
have
they're
them.
not operable right now.
Generators,
Why not?
they can't even fix. They got brand-new generators they can't even fix.
Okay,
You know,
okay,
so
you're
we
wrong
have-
about that, sir. You're confusing
Why
equipment.
do we keep renting the old generators?
Okay,
Judge?
we are in the process of fulfilling a construction. There's nothing wrong with the generators. They're under construction right now. And we haven't had one problem with the generators, not one. The issue you're thinking of is some other equipment. The generators will be complete very soon. But until we get the certificate of completion, we need to make sure that our jail, in particular, always has generators because of the danger that exists when you don't have them, and then you have 1,000 inmates that you have to move at an unbelievable cost to the county. We've been having generators, temporary ones, until the new ones can be installed.
Judge,
Louis,
before, again.
please listen to it, please.
Before I make my decision on the motion to table, which should have no debate, I have one question for
What is it?
Juan, please. Juan, can you please come? I have a question before I decide what I'm going to do on this, and I do not want to have debate because we're not supposed to, but I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
So do we have generators that are currently functioning for the jail and the courthouse?
Yes, sir, we still have our generators functioning for the jail. Yes, sir, and for the courthouse, for the EOC and some other other areas.
And tell me why we have are these backups to the backups?
No, these are backups to the new system that was installed that they're installing right now. That, if I'm not mistaken, that was called the summer job. Is that correct, Judge? So that was part of the summer job that was done.
So if we have a storm, we have generators?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Juan, excuse me.
Excuse me, I feel like
Is
we
this project
need,
on time?
Which one, the generator project? No,
Yes.
sir.
They're not?
No, sir.
How far back are they?
okay, that's,
I think they were supposed to be done by December, right? End of December? Well, construction was supposed to be done in February, but the actual generator for the ground was supposed to be done here in December.
okay, hold on one second.
Thank you, Juan.
Since we're asking questions, we have, there's misleading information. JP, can you please answer the question about the backup
Yeah,
generators?
so the backup generator system that's been designed, engineered, and is under construction right now is to provide full 100% redundancy to the jail and courthouse facility. That's the difference between the system that's currently in place, which is providing, I'll call it spot power to different parts of the building. This generator system provides 100% redundancy. The generators are already purchased. They are in Houston waiting delivery for when this construction work is completed out here,
2 years.
outside of the building.
No.
And that work is to wrap up in February.
And how much have we spent on backup generators to date?
I don't have that number in front of me, sir.
Okay,
Do you know one?
Sir?
Do you know how much we spent so far?
I think the last time I looked, Commissioner, we were monitoring, we're already about 800,000.
How much?
800. Over 800.
When we have generators, you're saying, JP, if we have a storm, generators, we don't have generators right now? Are you saying that? Are you contradicting what Juan said?
No, I think we're saying the same thing, but differently. So there are generators that supply a portion of the building with power, not the entire building, 100% redundancy, which is what the system that has been engineered, purchased, designed, and constructed is designed to provide.
so when we had winter storm,
So hold on, I'm asking the question. So if we have a storm and something goes down, when, or if we have a storm, do we have generators that will supply sufficient power to the jails? Because that's the main function. That's what I'm going to ask that first. Do we have sufficient right now to back up the jail?
Now, there's power to the jail.
So right now, we have generators that if God forbid, a horrible storm comes, those generators will supply that sufficient power to the jails right now.
Yes, a portion of the jail will be supplied with power.
What portion of the jail?
I don't know the specific areas and functions, but it's designed to keep the cells locked, step number one, and provide a little bit of lighting and security functions throughout the jail. the system that we've designed, that is under construction, that's already been purchased.
But that's not the backup, that's a different
It's a
system.
full backup system,
But that's the,
100% redundancy.
that's the one that's coming.
To say it's coming, it's here. I mean,
No, but this ROMCO is the one that's on the thing today that they want to table.
and all that is an extension of the temporary portable generators until the final installation of the permanent generator solution.
It's the insurance
Right,
that
but why do
we
we need
have.
those?
But just to be clear, when we say we have, for those of you that remember Winter Storm, it was 30 degrees inside this building. There was no power. We could not function. There was no power here in this building sufficient to run this building, and there was not sufficient power to run the jail, except for, as you said, what we call the emergencies. It's like the lightest. We could not function EOC here in this courthouse. We couldn't. That's why we moved to Tower 2. We could not run EOC during Winter Storm in this building.
I'll be honest, I'm not super worried about the courthouse because if it's a storm, then everybody's not going to be here. I'm asking about the jails.
I agree.
I asked my questions about the jails, and I mean, and he's telling me we have generators, Juan's telling me we have generators that are going to keep it open, then that's what matters to me the most. And continuing to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars for these backup generators do not make sense to me. We've now spent $800,000, maybe $1 million, because you're saying the last time you looked, because what does this cost us, $100,000, $200,000 a month? What does it cost? I don't even.
They're about $80,000 a month.
Right, so
But I just want to make sure the air is clear regarding the purpose of the generators Juan's talking about versus the generators that have already been purchased, are sitting in a warehouse in Houston and being constructed right now.
That's not the backup one.
They're completely different
Right.
systems.
The agenda item is extending
about
the
the
backup
backup
one.
And it's extending it for a small amount of time because we believe we will finish these generators in February.
That is correct.
And just so you know, this court literally just approved, I think was it October, Michael? September, October, we literally just hired the construction folks to do this project in the fall. I mean, I don't think it was too long ago. So there's nothing about this being not on time. They just started the job in October, maybe September
I'll call for the
22nd.
question, Judge.
September 22nd.
Let's take a vote. Take a vote.
All those in favor of
Tabling.
tabling this to January 4th?
It's 18th.
I would ask that you at
Second.
least, Trap,
It's already been, yeah, he's already made it.
did he say the 18th?
Yes.
He's at the 18th, yeah.
Boy. I don't care if I get 3 votes or not. I'm going to call for an emergency meeting, and I'm going to call Tatum, and I'm going to call jail standards, and I'm going to
Whatever you
ask
want,
all
Judge,
of
just
you
take the
guys to
vote.
come in
Just do
here.
whatever
It's
you want.
unbelievable.
Just
Do
take
whatever
the
you
vote.
want, just take the vote,
All those,
please.
all those in favor of this terrible decision, say aye.
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 No.
No.
Louis, can you help us through item, actually, you know what? You can, but really I'm going to defer to Jenny because I think that some of this is both you and her, but it is the school safety technology project. And some of it is just also time sensitive so that the products can get to the school by when they come back to school in January. Which ones are ready, Jenny? Which ones need to be subject to? Or is it easier for you to say that there should be, I'd like to make a motion to approve the school safety technology project agreements with the following school districts, Banquetti, Bishop, Driscoll, and West Oso. And I'm going to say this, subject to whatever it is you guys need to finish, but just that you use the rest of the year to finish it and get it to the schools by the first of the year.
B, Bishop, we still need a number from them to fill into the documents. Everything else is ready.
Okay, so how about if I just say approval subject to your finishing the agreement with Bishop? Is that better? Or
Yes.
is that okay?
Judge, that's second, I just have discussion.
All right, ready to go. Ready for your discussion.
Jenny, I think when I called you on these, because I have similar ones that I'm going to bring at some point too, but I'm going to do it a little differently, I think. You'd said you needed some more time for some more justification, so I was going to add, or some word you used to make sure that this was all qualified and it was all good, and I'm all for this. I just want to make sure that we do it all right. So I can't remember the words you used when I asked you about it. Do you remember?
Well, we would feel more comfortable if we had more time to review the structure that we've had. What we've created is an agreement with the schools so that the schools will independently contract with AT&T. I believe AT&T is negotiating well with the schools. So
all it is, this agreement, Jenny, is that we're giving money to the school, and they're going to contract, and they're going to hold the license, and they're going to hold the annual maintenance. All we're saying is we give you this amount of money so that you can go purchase
But they have
this
to fill-
equipment.
Again, Jenny, they have to fill out, they should fill out the application with the day to make sure they're gonna qualify for all that money. But also, they have to understand that it's a one-time deal. I know the AT&T is working with them, but the thing is, AT&T has a lot more to do with that, because they're gonna come back and say, well, you're gonna do it next year, you're gonna owe this much money.
Well, I think that discussion is something that the schools are expressing, that they have concerns about the renewals, but I think the court has made clear there's a certain amount, and that is it.
Yeah, they are all 100% on board that we're getting them a head start.
I haven't finished yet, Judge.
All that we're doing
Make
is
sure
giving
they
them this
sign,
agreement.
but that's somewhere in the country that they sign and agree to that. They have to, we don't want to come back later on and says, you're going to have to give us more money.
No, I mean, it's clear from from the agreements with the schools that is the sole, that is one group, one set of money, and that's it.
And the other.
And they have been qualified to answer your question, Commissioner Chesney, and there is actually a narrative and a justification under community policing and safety under ARPA. That's what you were asking, whether or not that had been done,
No,
and
actually,
that has been done.
Jenny had, right, but Jenny, when I called Jenny and asked about these, because like I said, I had set aside similar money, and I'm going to wait because I may do mine differently now. She had indicated to me that fine, like I am and you are, fine with the concept, but needed more time to make sure that we're doing it right. So all I'm trying to say is, I don't want, because we pass it today, that someone just signs it tomorrow without. I'm putting this back on you, right? Because what I'm thinking I'm going to do now with the money that I set aside is just come back and say to the court with the new court manager, or not court manager, the new ARPA manager, and say, look, I want to just give this money for school safety to the schools that I allocated for, and I just want to do a real simple agreement that says this is a one-time deal. Here's your allocation. If you want to use it for AT&T, you can. If you want to use it for somebody else, you can. So I'm going to do it a little differently. I'm not saying this. I'm not saying that on this because the judge wants to do it this way. I'm fine with that. But I'm just saying I want it to be clear in this motion that just because we pass it today, if you can't come back and have, in other words, I don't want you coming back next year going, well, if I had a little more time, I wouldn't have agreed to this. I want you to sign off on this, and I want you to send to the court, that you have signed off on this and that you are completely comfortable with it, because I didn't get from you I got from you needed a little more time, and I'm not trying to delay this because school safety is important and we need to do it, but I don't want to do it wrong, and then we end up having to pay the money back either.
No, if I could take the issue that I have into executive and explain the legal question that I am balancing against the time constraints, I would ask to do that.
Okay, well, that's fine with me, if that's okay with the judge.
That's fine. I'll ask Jeff to join us, because you're really the one, not Jenny's, been working with this 100%. And I know I'm saying to you, I'd like to bring him in because
Absolutely.
Representing your
That's why
office,
it's here.
he's the one that's been working with
great.
this for a month,
That's
you
fine.
know? So, I mean, that's fine, but these agreements are nothing more than we're giving you this amount of money. It's res ipsa. The document speaks for itself. You don't have to invent things that are not going to happen. But what can happen is that we can get another school shooting. And that's what I'm upset about, is that we have
Judge, so the
absolutely
easiest way- that's
had,
what
we've absolutely have had lots of time for this. All this is an agreement to say, you're a subrecipient. We're gonna give you this amount of money, and you're gonna turn around and use it for this particular program.
And Judge, I
And
have
we can
asked to take that into executive
Right.
so that the court can make the business decision based on good information.
Okay, sounds good. Let's do it.
All right. I'm going to hear from, Louis, we're not gonna have the time that we wanted, but I want you just to take the Tatum pieces of it and just give, like, literally the briefest explanation that you can. It's in your packet, everybody. Let's start with, this is item 9.
Have we done number 7?
No, we have not. I'm on item number 9.
Okay, well, I wanna
So,
table- I wanna table
I'm on
number
item
7.
number 9.
I want to table number 7.
I hear all the
Count before
noise.
9, Judge.
I hear all the
Table-
noise.
I want to table item number 7.
And when I call it, I will let you do that, but I'm not there yet.
Second.
So on item, Louis, go ahead and
But we
please
could discuss
proceed.
Judge, I would like to make a motion to
You
table
know,
this item.
you know what
I'm
I
gonna
would
make-
really
no, I'm
like?
gonna make
I
a
would
motion
like for us to
table
have
this.
20 minutes of peace.
We can't, Judge,
You
because you
know?
won't let us.
No.
He's been asking for an hour to get to this item. You've
Can I
skipped
tell
over
you?
it 16 times.
And if he were deserving of the courtesy, it
That's-
might be
that's-
extended.
that's
But
exactly
it's not
right.
going to
There
be
it is.
extended
There it
because
is.
I'm
And
calling
I make a motion
the
to-
item.
I make a motion to table this item. I make a
Well,
motion
and
to
when I
table
call on
item
it, I'm
number-
going to call on you, Commissioner Chesney, so you can do that. There's
Call for the
others that are going to
question.
have to be tabled as well.
I'll call for the question.
Well, we're not there yet.
call
So,
for the question.
Louis,
Second.
please, I've got to make sure that we get this for Tatum. It's very important.
call for
And
the
then we'll
question.
call. So
I'll call for the question on item 7, Judge.
I'll tell you what we're going to do right now. Hold that thought, Louis, okay? Hold that
Judge,
thought.
you skipped boilers. We
I'm
we
gonna-
kept skipping around on this agenda. It's hard for people that are here that are expecting it to be called at a certain time.
Right.
And we keep skipping it around, and you keep calling the ones that you
Run out
want
of
to call.
time, too.
And
You
you won't let
can
anybody
keep-
else have anything that we
We're
want
going to
put up.
keep,
I've been
to the
wanting to
way
do
this
boilers
works.
for an hour. We're not even going to get to the boilers because we're going to have to leave it.
The
when we-
work that needs to be done is called by the presiding officer. And for the next 25
I
minutes,
think so, Judge. I think
I'm
we-
going to be
we
doing
call
it the way I see fit to do it, which is to try to get the information
Judge, then I
that
motion
we
to,
need
I
to
motion
do.
to table item 9.
Commissioner-
I made a motion to table 9.
Commissioner, I
That's
can't,
the one
you
we're
can't
on.
receive a motion
Second.
until I call for that. I know you'd like to bully me all the way out the door.
Judge, we're on this
But we're not
item.
going to do
You
it
called-
that way.
You called the item before, you can't.
I'll tell
if
you what.
You called the item.
Okay, I'm giving notice that Commissioners Court's going to go into executive session at this time to discuss matters listed on the
called the
agenda
item.
when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. We do so inside this executive session to discuss with our lawyer in accordance with the Government Code, Sections 551, 071, 72, 73, 45, 76, 86, and 87. There are matters that have been listed and matters that we have discussed on the agenda, including those listed in the special motions list, as well as those that have come up here recently regarding the order of business. Nonetheless, we will discuss with our lawyer matters relating to litigation, real property, gifts, personnel matters, termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, economic development negotiations, and any other matter that may be discussed in executive session. We'll come back on the record as
Judge,
soon
these
as we
folks for the
can,
boilers have
and
been
it's
sitting here all
12.
morning wasting taxpayer
It's
dollars being paid
12:36
because you won't call them.
p.m.
You keep
Connie, go
skipping
ahead
the
and take
items.
us
It's-
off. I'm ready to do a Calgon right now. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, we're back on the record. It's 12:56 PM. For the record, because we record, there was not a quorum for executive session, but the good news is that on item A, we already passed item A, and on earlier today, that was on the county game room policies. We had that there in case we needed to consult with our attorney. And the second one is B, consult with the attorney on county policy-related donations. And I was informed that that did not need to be brought up at this time pursuant to 55107.1. That's our talking to our lawyer. And so there was the only matters that would need to be addressed in this court would have to do with the ones that we skipped on the consent agenda. So I'm going to have you turn to that for the purposes of bringing them back. It would be items 18, 21, and 22. And I would entertain, since those questions did not get answered in executive session, you have two choices, court. I can entertain a motion to table, or I can entertain a motion to pass these
Make a motion to table.
All right, is there a second? Second. Okay, second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. So that has to do with 18, 21, and 22. 9 and 10 were tabled earlier, and 2 was passed. Okay? The rest of it needs a clean motion, Kara. The rest of the motions on item C, I make a motion to approve the special motions list, obviously with the exceptions that we've already been given. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
And abstain on item 8.
Okay, abstention on item 8 for Mares.
Line item 8, sorry.
Line item 8.
No, it's not
Line
clean
item
at
number 8.
all.
So it wasn't very clean. I
On the-
tried. Okay,
on
let me
special
go back.
motions.
Let me go back, okay? Sorry about that.
Okay.
My motion, Kara, was to approve the remainder of the special motions list dated December 14th, 2022. We've already excluded some. I will add one more for exclusion. Oh, no, I don't have to exclude it. It's just an abstention.
I'm just abstaining on that one.
Can you just do 8 right now and then go back and do the others? That way you can abstain from 8.
Okay, I'll call item 8 within, just to help you, item 8 for special motions list. I'll make the motion. Can I get a second?
Is that the school safety?
No, I'm still on the consent agenda. Item C.
Thought you said we're done.
All I'm trying to do is get a clean motion for Ms. Sands. We've excluded some, and I'm trying to put the rest of them in the record. So the first motion is to approve everything but item number 8. We're going to vote on that separately, and that includes all the ones that will be tabled for the future. And I'll make the motion, and is there a second?
Second.
Second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
That does not include the tabled motions.
That's correct. And then now we're going to take item 8 as a courtesy. The clerk wants this one cleaner. So line item 8, is there a
Commissioner
motion?
Posney isn't showing up.
Okay, Commissioner,
He needs to vote. He needs to show himself.
Kara, Ms. Sands, the county clerk wants you to please turn your video on so that you can be counted as a vote. There he is. All right, and now for line item 8, for clarity. There's a motion. Is there a second to approve line item number 8 on special motions list? Still working on C, consent agenda. Okay, I'll make the motion. Is there a second?
Can I second if I'm going to abstain?
Yeah, your vote can be an abstention, but I need a second.
second?
Commissioner Hernandez, will
I'll
you
go ahead and
second it?
second
it.
Okay,
Okay.
and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Abstain.
Okay,
Again, this does not
one
include-
abstention.
This does not include number 18, correct?
That's
18,
correct. I
9.
called it as only number 8, only line item 8 on special motions list dated December 14th, 2022. Out of,
Right, so I'm just saying your previous motion to this did not include 18,
That's
21,
correct.
22, 23, and 9 and 10. I'm just making sure.
that is correct. I have that on the record. This is correct.
Thank you.
It's unanimous.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and there's an abstention. Right, that does conclude that piece of it. And then there is the matter of, give me 1 second. We already did the E. Okay, I'm going back to the schools. I think we might have a solution. It's item number 8, and it's School Safety Technology Project. There is one item on item little b, Bishop Independent School District. It's missing the SAMS.gov number, and we would approve these contracts subject to that number being filled in. In fact, I will even make the motion until you feel like it's 100% ready, don't release it. But this way, Banchetti, Bishop, Driscoll, and West Oso could have their agreements, and these agreements, once again, are with them. I will also, in light of, just in the light most favorable to everybody, so that it fulfills all the eligibility, also put a caveat that the county attorney is going to consult with and check with the sheriff to see if he needs to have any, I don't know if the word involvement is okay, but if that's broad enough for you, Ms. Dorsey, involvement to make certain that that this school safety project not only is fulfilled, but that it's done in the right way. For instance, when you're working with school safety, you want to make sure that the right law enforcement is intertwined. How about that? And so I think that the sheriff will have some opportunity here to weigh in with the county attorney on this agreement in case there's any language he deems necessary to make sure that it comports with what we call law enforcement duties for Nueces County. And if there may be none, there may be none, but if there are, you got it. All those, any other questions, discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's item number 8. All right, that leaves us with all of the FEMA stuff and the boilers. It's 1:05. Does the court wish to adjourn at this time? If so, I'm going to need some tables. If you don't, let me know.
I would move that we table items 9 and 10.
Second.
Okay, well, I'm not going to be here in the new year, so I can't deliver number 9, but I can address it in about 1 minute by telling you what your packet has. And then you can table item 10 until the new year.
We can receive it in writing, Judge. It's been motioned and tabled. I would just like to table, please. We're past the time. We've made people wait on the boilers. That's important, so I need to do that one. Thank you.
Second again. We need a
Motion and a second to table the emergency management report. No big things, just all the FEMA stuff that needs to be relayed to everybody by the end of the year. Federal Emergency Management, American Rescue Plan Act, Emergency Rental Assistance Program, and other related matters. So that's item number 9 and 10 for table for, I'm not sure when he said. He didn't. Well,
I said we'd receive the written reports and then we can put it on accordingly.
yeah, I'll just receive the written report is what his motion is. Okay, this is not a written report. It was meant for discussion, but the item number 10 does have quite a bit of documentation that could satisfy. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No.
Judge need also motion to table number 7.
Table to number 7.
second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. No.
Aye.
Okay. I mean, I'm happy to work, and there's nothing going on this afternoon on our schedule here.
I believe that's the only item left is number 6. Is that correct? County
Item
Clerk?
6, and we are past the time, so I would need a motion to receive information if you want to do that.
Make a motion on the table.
I would motion to receive number 6 only if that's the only one left on the agenda. I was just checking with the county clerk. She usually keeps a pretty good tab on that as well. Do you see any others that are on the agenda unaccounted for?
No, we've already gone through the rest.
Just making sure. Then I would make a motion to extend only to hear the boiler presentation. An action item.
Okay, I've got a motion, and is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye? All right, so the last item for the day is going to be the boiler installation project. And this is an update only. I'm sorry, that's not true. There is a receive update and discuss and consider any needed action. And we are going to hear from J.P. Grom on this matter. And before
There should be
you,
a slide deck
before
for
you
you.
start, I was going to say, is there a slide deck?
The answer is yes, and she's
Okay, great.
pulling it up.
And also, I'm going to have you think about this as you start your presentation. This morning, when you had not arrived yet, you did not have the benefit of hearing unless you were listening on the road. You may have. Did you? You did. Okay, never mind. I would ask that you address that matter that was brought up about that concern of safety. Okay.
All right, great. Thank you for bringing up the presentation, and I will give you the next slide instruction at the appropriate time. And so here we are again. Last time we presented to the court was about a month ago on the 16th of November. And so the actions that we'll talk about here are updates that have occurred since that time, as well as some pending activities that will take place in the next couple of months with our contractor ABM. So if you'll go to the next slide, please. So since we met with you on the November 16th court meeting, we did confirm that there was a question about whether or not changing out the pressure relief valve would change any warranty conditions relative to these boilers. We did receive written confirmation from the manufacturer that there is not going to be an adjustment or change to the warranty for the boiler. So that's good news considering some of the questions that you had on that item. Also, during the last period since we met in November 16th, ABM did complete a significant portion of the building automation controls. The reason this is relevant and important is that you might remember there was discussion that the lack of control was causing some concerns on the blowdown and some excess water leaking out onto the floor. So completing these controls is the step in the right direction, so we're correcting that item of concern. However, ABM still does have some additional work to complete their controls, and that'll be going on for the next couple of weeks. And we can get some specific updates from ABM relative to that and when time comes. We did also work with Ron Wheaton to clarify some prior statements that have been made, and I've categorized them here as wrong boilers. There was questions as to whether or not the boilers were properly specified, ordered, whether they matched the existing system, and so on. So Ron Wheaton was able to provide us some written confirmation that the boilers that were ordered and now installed can be accommodated to meet the needs of the county's system. So he's given us some written clarification on that. And by the way, Commissioners, I believe you should have a package from me that was delivered to you on December 5th, and it contains some of this clarifying documentation for your benefit. There was a question at the last Commissioners Court meeting about the water quality, and the water quality system has been reactivated by ABM. We have asked for water testing samples to be delivered, and so that is an ongoing activity for ABM to get water samples taken, delivered, and verified that we do have water quality that meets the expectations of the engineer of record for the project. That's ongoing. We also did receive what we call an ultrasonic pipe testing report. They went around the building in numerous locations and tested the pipe thickness. The reason that this item was brought to your attention is that one of the previous meetings there was some discussion about whether or not the TDLR or the state inspector was satisfied with the condition of the piping, and he in fact asked for some testing, and that was actually something that predated Ron Wheaton had actually previously asked for as well. So that work was completed in the normal course of business, and good news is that the piping has not shown any deficiencies that cause any concern for anyone along the way. There is some additional testing going on for what are called steam vessels, and so that work is ongoing. We are expecting a report any time now, but the main thrust of the question was about the piping itself, and that testing has been conducted and no deficiencies have been identified. Lastly, on this action since the last court meeting, the state did grant a 60-day extension to complete the work that was requested. You'll remember that the state asked for two things primarily. One, that the pressure relief valve be modified to be a 15 psi valve to match the operating pressure of the boiler. And then secondly, they wanted the pipe thickness testing that I just mentioned to be conducted. So we have made progress on both of those items, and I'll talk about on the next slide some of the upcoming activities. All right, so I mentioned on the previous slide that we will complete the installation, and I say we, I mean as a team here. ABM is our contractor, but we as a team, county, ABM, GoVin, all observing this work, will complete the installation of the building automation systems. There was a section of pipe that needed to be rerouted, so ABM has that on the schedule to reroute their little bit of piping work along the way, as well as install an isolation valve so that we can have some additional control and the ability to isolate portions of the boiler and water tank system from one another. We will additionally be retesting the water quality for the project. I mentioned that in the previous slide as something that needs to be attended to, so ABM is scheduling that water quality testing. Getting near the end here, as you wrap up any project that involves mechanical systems and equipment, you will go ahead and do what's called test and balancing. So that would be hydronic, and in this case, hydronic means water pumps, making sure that those are flowing and operating according to the design engineer standards. Then lastly, it's called commissioning of all equipment, where there'd be basically a proof test that the systems are designed or are operating according to the design that the engineer of record has designed and implemented on behalf of the county as a part of this important energy savings project. So those are some of the upcoming activities specific to the boiler. I will tell you there are 1,000 other little things that take place on any project as you bring it to a close, but these are the main elements of our work as we work to complete this project for the county. And if there are any questions, I think I see commissioners raised a hand.
I think Connie's trying to tell me that I can't see right this minute, but she's going to get me back on. There we go.
Yeah.
We'll recognize Commissioner Chesney.
Thank you. Just a few questions, and really mine are kind of for Govind if he's in the room. I'd like to ask him a couple of questions if that's okay. And Juan, I'd like him to be available too. So if y'all could kind of get up there and would you mind? There you go. Perfect. Thank you, Connie. Okay, so Govind, y'all up there? Where's Govind?
Who is this question for? Govind? Govind, could you approach the...
and Juan, both, yeah. Govind and Juan.
They're both here.
Juan, you up there too? Govind, get up there. Okay,
they're there.
Okay, so what I really need to know is when did the county last meet with the state? And what did the state say as it relates to this January deadline? Govind, Juan, were y'all in on that meeting? Or was there one?
The county and ABM and Public Works and GoVin met with the state on November 10th, and it was during that meeting where the county received, and ABM really received the extension that I mentioned, Commissioner Chesney, 60-day extension to complete the work that was requested by TDLR, the state.
So, but what I didn't hear was, I'm sorry, what was the date? November what? I couldn't.
I misspoke. It's November 15th, excuse me, November 15th.
So they've given you 60 days from then?
60 additional days, which takes us out to January 23rd. And what TDLR wrote, Commissioner, is that the TDLR indicated that the valves were changed out to be 15 PSI pressure than the previous notice issued by Terry Hewitt, who is the TDLR inspector in this case, would be resolved. That was on November 15th.
And Juan, do you and Govind, I wanted to ask Juan and Govind, I'm okay if Jeffy's going to answer, but if y'all have a different opinion, if you're standing there silent, I'm going to assume you're agreeing. If you're.
I'm going to go and go, Commissioner.
Okay.
Go ahead and move it down, Govind.
I think what the statement was made about the TDLR and the boiler chief inspector of giving the 60 days, what he has done is they have come up and showed the concerns about the issues with the boiler. And so they said that, okay, we normally allow you to have 60 days to make the changes and the required certifications for the boiler by the EOR or the manufacturer, get all of that lined up and taken care of within that 60 days. If you don't do it, and I don't know whether the letter says it or not, but normally the response from them is, if you don't do that, then we are going to red tag it. But that's their term of red tag.
And so
that was my.
Yeah, that was my next question. If the deadline isn't met, that's what happens, right? They red tag you?
That's,
And
it's not stated that? No. So I have not seen the letter from the state inspector. It went straight to the ABM.
Okay, we're getting some extra information since what you're asking, Govind has not even seen. JP, can you answer the question regarding
Hold on,
what
Juan, hold on.
happens after 60 days?
We don't have information.
I was just going to ask, hold on just a second, if I
Yeah,
could
you bet.
stay on my line here. Juan, did you have anything you wanted to add to that? Do you know any additional information? I really wanted Juan and Joe.
Yes, sir, Commissioner. I mean, I haven't seen a letter yet from the state, from the time that we met with them, so I haven't seen any document from him today.
Right, but I'm saying, do you know what happens?
No, in normal standards, I agree with Govind. Normally what happens is, after the 60-day, they do red tag you. I know I talked to some of my staff, and normally if you don't take care of the issue within that timeline, that's a normal process, Commissioner.
Yeah,
Okay,
and we're speculating a little bit on what their reaction would be. And I say that, Commissioner, because the state did previously inspect these boilers back in March and again in August. They found no findings in the month of August. That was on August 31st. So, you know, I would hope that there's some leniency should we need it. But ABM has been given a 60-day extension, and all the information points to them being able to complete the work that was requested by the state in the amount of time. So that's where we stand, Commissioner.
I have a
Okay,
question.
and Juan, let me ask you a question again, Juan, real quick. So based on what's been happening with all this, and if the ABM person wants to come up, that's great. And I've got a couple for Ron and Wheaton also. What is your, like, this has been problematic. So do you recommend that we continue to make these payments to ABM? What do we do here to get this, to where we need to get it? In your opinion?
Commissioner, in recommending payment to ABM, there are some items that have not been completed, not only along with the border, but other projects that they're working for the county. I know that for the past year, they've been pretty much, some of it has been some of the work that needs to be done, but at the same time, some of the work has been rework or work that, we have some of this equipment that either needs to be redone or, I say redone, right, but needs to be fixed. So most of it's fixed work, if that's correct in saying. In a normal process like this, Commissioner, I know that the schedules of these projects, they're late. These projects were supposed to be done since last year. The boiler was supposed to be done since last year. The chillers were supposed to be done since last year. The parking lot for the Galahar was supposed to be done since the middle of this year. Has progress been made? I'm going to say no, because most of it's been just rework. So at this time, Commissioner, as a professional engineer and a normal process of if I were the one saying, should the contractor get paid at this time, I would recommend to court that payments need to be stopped until we start seeing more progress from ABM.
So, and I'll, certainly make a motion to that effect at some point, so that we need to have that discussion. We're already way past the time we're supposed to be here today, but we need to have that discussion. So I definitely think we need to pull those and take a look at them. So any of those bills, one, that you're disputing based on progress and proper progress, then you have an obligation to bring those forward to the court. And I know you do on lots of occasions.
Sure.
And I would certainly like to see what the heck has been going on this too. And then y'all are all kind of talking at the same time, but on the letter, did we get a copy from ABM on that letter? Did the county get a copy of that, or what do we?
I think we got the initial letter from the state. I know they pretty much hand delivered that letter. I haven't seen the extension letter, Commissioner. We haven't gotten a copy of that letter. I know that we were just told in the meeting that they were going to give them a 60-day extension, but that I know of, I don't even know if there's an issue of that letter to date, giving them that from the state, giving them that 60 days. You do have one? Okay.
We don't have a letter.
So if someone has them, then we need to get them. But again, before we move on to that, I do want to, really and if I need to make it in the form of a motion, I'll do that. But I think we need to really take a look at these bills and this progress, because there have been multiple projects that have come into question that AVM's got involvement in, and that's just a reality. And maybe there's good answers to all of them. So I think what we should do is suspend all of these payments until the January agenda, so that we have a chance to get them all in, and Juan can come forward and we can talk about an executive session or whatever we need to do with Jenny. But just continuing to pay bills where, the ones you rattle off, I'm aware of most of them. It's been very frustrating, to say the least. And I get everybody gets a chance to cure and everybody gets a chance to mitigate. I'm great. That's great. But we're bringing this back over and over again, and it can't continue. So on that letter, JP, do you have a copy of that letter? Is that why you're getting back up there?
Yeah, so the reason I stood back at the mic, Commissioner, is there is not a letter. What you see is that TDLR has a portal where they indicate the status of each approval, and so they've reset the status of the approval to extend the duration out 60 additional days. So you can go to the TDLR website and see the extension that's been granted.
So there is no
Okay.
written letter, and that's
is
why
no written
none of us have a copy of the letter, but it's inside the portal. It's available to all.
That's right.
Okay.
Right, but if it's inside
And-
the portal, right, couldn't we print that out and provide that to us?
Well, it's inside.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, Commissioner, I would also
Yeah.
point in the documentation that I gave to you last week. There's a copy of the meeting minutes from ABM prepared in the meeting on November 15th, held with TDLR. And if you look through your package, you'll see a document that doesn't tell you a whole lot, but it is the letter that I'll be referring to. And let me find the page, Commissioner, for you. It is simply.
While y'all are all standing there too, I'd like Ron to come up and address some of these engineering things that we've had over the last few meetings. I'm trying to move this as fast as I possibly can to get everybody out of here. But I appreciate Ron being here, so I really would like to hear from him next on some of the valuations he's made, some of the things he's talked about, and let him tell us where he thinks we are today, because he's the engineer of record. He's the one that I really need to hear from probably the most today.
You bet. Page 93, though, of your report will give you an example of the letter that we're in. The letter, it's probably an overcharacterization, but it's a document that talks about the date.
And so Ron is at the podium, as well as ABM is also here with us. But there's three things that, before we leave here today, need to be established. And so I don't know if this is going to be a Ron to answer, as Commissioner Chesney said, engineering questions, or if JP wants to chime in. But there has been an allegation of safety. And there's also been an allegation of wrong boilers being ordered. And there was an allegation that somehow the state wanted us to test the thickness of the pipe. That has already been done, and there is no problem with the thickness of the pipe. There was also another test that was done that also came out favorable. So when we talk about the state and extending the 60 days, that is not for anything but the 15 PSI, as I understand it, but I want to make sure that I understand that. And then I'm
Could I please
going
stay
to
on
want
my
to
line
make
of
sure
questioning?
that the 15 PSI
Commissioner has the floor. Commissioner's
the
still
15
talking.
PSI is going to be done in time. Those are the things I'm going to be looking for, and if, in the interest of time, if you can answer those
I have a question real
questions,
quick, Judge.
that would be great.
Wait.
If
I have a
we're
question
all
real-
talking at the same time, it'd be
Commissioner, go ahead.
helpful.
Commissioner,
Everybody
go ahead.
just
I had
needs
the
to
floor,
hold on
but you
just a
interrupted
moment.
me. Again, I had the floor. I've been waiting
Everybody
all
needs to
morning
hold
do
on.
this issue.
Everybody
So
needs
can
to
I
hold
please
on.
go back?
Let him finish.
Can I go back?
Everybody needs to hold on. When everybody's
Well-
quiet, we'll start again. Hang on. Hang
Judge,
on.
you keep interrupting.
Everybody
You keep
will
interrupting.
stop.
She does.
Everybody will stop.
Judge, please, can I finish? I'm begging to please finish.
If
my
you
line
can
of
just,
questioning
everybody
before I'm
stop.
interrupted.
Everybody needs
That's
to
what you
stop.
call a diversion, Brent.
There's nobody but you, Judge.
Everybody, please hush. Okay,
I'm begging to please finish
Ron,
my
will you
question.
go ahead and come on up?
Can you turn back to the,
There
thank
he
you.
is.
Okay, Ron, so could you just give us no, Ron, please, Wheaton. I'm asking the questions. I'm trying to get this done as fast as I can, but I keep getting interrupted. So Ron, if you could please comment. I've read all your updates. We've talked about a lot of this during the meetings where you weren't here, and I'm not saying that negatively. You just weren't here. You had a conflict. I get it. No, so I just need to know where you believe we stand. This is my last line of questioning, and everybody else can have their time. But I just need to know, my last line of questioning is, where are we from a safety standpoint? Where are we from the productivity standpoint? Where are we as our engineer of record on this in regards to safety and performance and so forth and so on? And I get land has their role. Your role isn't to necessarily say what ABM has or hasn't done unless you want to. I'd be happy to hear that too, or what land has or hasn't done. I just want to know what the heck we need to get done. So if you could give us your opinion, I'd appreciate it. And then I'll probably have a couple follow-ups, and then everybody else can jump in.
Okay, so let's talk about boiler safety. I think that was the initial topic. It got everything started. The boiler you have is rated for 150 psi internal pressure capability. Under the normal ASME code, that means it has a 4-to-1 safety factor at 150 psi. You're operating it between 8 and 12 psi, which basically means the safety factor on the boiler as it's running is almost 40-to-1, which is extremely high. So the safety within the boiler and the boiler equipment itself is very good. The question that the state brought up and that I had asked for back from October of 21 is to survey the piping, which was already discussed today. We found that those results indicate that the corrosion and the integrity of those piping systems are intact, which means that they are intrinsically safe. Piping is not designed for 15 psi. And I'll give you an example. The main headers in the boiler room are Schedule 80 8-inch pipe. Under new conditions, that pipe is rated to operate up to 740 psi. So we're nowhere near the bursting pressure of the pipe, but it had to be checked. There are still some items that need to be checked, and there's a third-party engineer that will provide you a sealed report on that. So from the standard and the safety basis, I think you're, in my opinion, in good condition. What was your next question, Brent?
What was your next question, he asks?
Sorry. My main concern was safe. I accidentally muted. I'm sorry. My main concern was safety. You've answered that. If you're telling me as an engineer that you feel those boilers are safe to operate currently while these fixes are being made, then is that what I'm hearing from you say?
So basically, there's 4 stages of control on the boiler, so they have intrinsic safety based in the pressure control of the boiler itself. Those have all been set down. That was one of the first modifications we required after we stopped them from operating when they were originally set at 150. Those are all locked in to run at 8 to 12 psi. The maximum pressure the system could produce would be 30 psi, in which case the pressure relief valves go. The reason for doing the study on the piping and the vessels is to make sure that 30 psi won't affect them. So even if we overpressure the boilers to the 30 psi, not overpressure them, but to exceed 15 psi, the system can never go past 30 because the valves will open and relieve the steam pressure at that level. We'll never get higher than 30 psi. And the probability that that will happen is extremely low because the controllers in fuller stages will try to shut the boilers down or stop the production of steam beyond 15 psi the way they're set now.
Thank you, Ron. I'm done questioning. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I have a question, Mr. Wiggin.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Did you ever write a letter or make some kind of a statement to Juan or somebody that you had concerns about the boiler?
We've written multiple letters.
But did you have concerns about the boiler? You're stating that did you have concerns about the boilers?
The boilers themselves, no.
You didn't? Okay.
It's the controls, the firing system, and the pressure relief valves that are a question.
That made you concerned about the boilers?
Correct.
Okay. And did you, the piping itself, is it still shaking? Does it still shake, or did you fix that as well?
That's a totally different area, and to my knowledge, there hasn't been any steam hammers occurring in any recent months.
Okay. Considering the how old the pipes are, and are you saying that they're still safe? They're not weak at all. They might go burst at any time.
That was why the ultrasonic thickness test was done on the existing system, which LAN just reported. That was done by a third party where they go in with an ultrasonic gauge and actually measure the thickness of the piping to find out if you have corrosion or if there's any potential, and none was found that I'm aware of. I have not seen the final report. That's still pending under review of another PE, but everything that was indicated so far in the data that's available shows that there's no issue there.
May I ask, who was this third-party company?
I believe it's Brian Mendy with Bath Engineering.
They're from Corpus?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that what we've done, what you've modified, it's going to, is any of that work that you've done, is that under warranty or anything like that?
The warranties would be through the boiler manufacturer, and LAN just reported to you that that they have written documentation that they will support the warranty. So
They will support the warranty to the boiler, but I'm talking about the modifications you've all have made.
that's the same letter.
Is it?
They're supporting the modifications in the warranty.
Okay. When was the last time that these boilers were inspected?
Or what? By the boiler inspector?
Yes, whoever. When was the last time that you know of?
I'd have to refer to ABM on that, because that's not something I'm controlling.
Didn't we just state earlier that August was the last time the state came in, and then most recently they came in to give us the 60 days?
That's back in September, Commissioner. Back in September.
Okay.
Or
And
October timeframe.
did you talk to those people that came in?
Yes, sir, I did. I talked to the state. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're satisfied with whatever answers they gave you?
From the state, Commissioner, or from?
From whoever talked to you?
I think from the state. I know when we had the meeting here in the last back in November before the holidays, I know that they did mention that they're still considering the boilers unsafe until when this retrofit is going to be completed based on the installation of the relief valve.
So they're still considering
That's
boilers
what the
unsafe?
statement. Yes, sir. That's what the statement.
Okay. Back in November, did anybody come by and inspect the boilers?
From the state, no, sir.
But from somewhere else?
You know what, Commissioner? I think LAN mechanical engineer came by in the 1st of November the 8th or the 9th. Somebody came and did an inspection from LAN, a mechanical engineer.
And did you get to talk to those people, or?
No, sir, I was not aware that the LAN was on site, a mechanical engineer was on site.
Did any of your staff talk to them?
No, sir, they weren't aware that a mechanical engineer was on site from LAN.
Have they gotten you a report on?
I got a report when they last submitted an invoice. I noticed that Samantha Peterson had submitted some hours and some what do you call it, some expenses, airport expenses for November the 9th. And I questioned it to JP and also their people that were sending the billings. And they had informed me that there was a mechanical engineer that was on site on November the 8th and the 9th.
Is it normal for anybody to come in and inspect boilers without you knowing about it? Or anybody?
No, sir. I wish they would have let me know that there was a mechanical engineer from Milan. We've been requesting this since the beginning of the project, that there would be a mechanical engineer on site.
Well, I wish they would let you know too, because this bit about take my word for it, it doesn't fly with me.
Yes, sir.
I think people should report to somebody when they're inside somebody else's building and present themselves, who they are, leave a card or something to make sure that somebody knows they were there and what they were doing, So I don't think it's right, and I don't know how you're going to represent, if you're going to accept to pay this bill, if they're billing us.
Yes, sir. I submitted a letter to court and also to the county attorney and also to the court manager, recommending that the bill not be paid because we were not aware that they were having a mechanical engineer on site. I mean, like I said, I wish they would have come by my office, because I had not only one question, but I had a million questions about the project itself, not only because of the boilers, but because of the chillers and other mechanical equipment that's being installed by ABM.
Well, I wish they had done the same thing too. One, then I wouldn't be asking this type of questions, because this bit about, it's very unprofessional. I mean, I'm sure anybody here that goes to somebody else's building is going to go present themselves to the reception or somebody and say, I'm so-and-so, and this is what I'm here to do.
Yes, sir.
And that's very unprofessional on any company's deal. So I don't agree with that, and I don't accept, just take my word for it.
Yes,
we did it and pay for it.
Yes, sir.
So, thank you, Juan.
Yes, sir.
I have a couple of questions, sir.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
One, was there any findings in that report from the chemical engineer?
I know that I reviewed the report, Commissioner. There were some findings about some of the equipment that my staff has brought up to ABM's attention. But in regards to the boilers themselves, I don't think there was a lot of information regarding that. But it was more of the piping system and some valves and some similar things that my staff has been talking to me about that needs to be taken care of. But nothing directly about the boilers.
But there were some deficiencies found.
Yes, sir. There were deficiencies found in Samantha Peterson's report.
Okay. Mr. Williams, let me ask you a question. Way back then, didn't, if I recall, you made a statement, just what I understand, about saying that we bought, or y'all bought the wrong boilers?
The boiler, it's kind of like buying a Chevy. You buy it with certain accessories and that type of thing on it and size of engine. So we got the right Chevy, but we got the wrong engine and wrong accessories, and we need to correct that. So it's not the wrong boiler per se, but it's got the wrong accessories on it. They're going through the process, changing out the pressure controllers and the pressure sensors. That's already been done. So they have to do the pressure relief valve. It's already been reduced from the 150 to 30, so it needs to go to the 15. So that's the modification. The boiler frame itself, the style of boiler, is all as specified.
Is that the reason why ABM changed the tags on the boiler?
You have to change the tag on the boiler by law to meet ASME code if you modify the boiler, and you have to recertify it. That's why you change the tags. The boiler manufacturer has to change the tags, and they're the ones that did it.
And the manufacturer came down and do it?
Yes.
They came down and
The
did that?
manufacturer had a representative or themselves that came down and did the modifications to the boilers, yes.
Okay.
And they will have to, again, to change it to a 15 PSI relief system and recertify it and retag it again.
Okay. Is that something that's going probably through the Public Works Office when they do that?
They'll be aware of it, I'm sure, and we'll be making them informed. Obviously, they'll be there for a little while, so they'll know that it's happening, and they'll be informed that they're doing the work.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Are those all your questions?
That's it.
Okay. I'm going to bring back ABM, who wants to make some comments, and then I'm going to ask a few things for clarification so that we can understand where we are.
Thank you, Judge. Just wanted to go back to Commissioner Chesney. Some of the statements that were discussed about what happens after the 60 days.
Yes, go ahead.
During the meeting that we had with the state, there was speculation here that says after 60 days it goes to a red tag. But the reason of the 60 days is when we spoke about the 30 to 15 PSI, we talked about, there's a P7 form that needs to be updated with the state. We need to go through with the manufacturer, which would be with Bryant, to get the certification of the 30 to 15. We get the right valve. We have to order the valves. So at that time, the chief inspector, which is Mr. Trout, along with Mr. Stanford, who is with the state, Mr. Trout indicated, at this time, let's provide 60 days due to lead times for equipment and such, and for ABM to stay in contact with Mr. Stanford so we can keep him abreast of what the progress is. During that call, he did indicate, we felt that at that time the 60 days was sufficient time. He indicated to, get back, keep in touch with the state. If they need to evaluate that to do an extension due to lead times, we would discuss that. But the 60 days wasn't an automatic. Red tag was not even discussed during the phone call. I just wanted to clarify that just
okay.
As a statement. The other thing I just want to clarify was, as far as payments, the county has their decision of what they want to do. Any payments that are invoicing that is submitted by ABM is progress billing. That progress is based on work that's completed to date. So if there is a discrepancy or anything. That's why it goes through with LEN, through the county to be reviewed. If the county's going to make a decision just to stop all payments, you're stopping payments based on work that has progressed and completed. And it's not just stopping payments. So that'll be something that we will discuss at a later date, depending on what the position of the county is.
So thank you for your statements. So the big questions that I guess still need, in my mind, in summary, since we've heard from at least 4 different individuals, and there's been, again, a lot of questions, and it seems that even when we hear the answers, somehow there's still more questions. So I'm going to try to create a summary here because it's obviously very important. Number one, the most important is that there was a comment made that the state deems these boilers unsafe. Is that do you agree with that statement that they are unsafe? Because it seems to me if the state thought they were unsafe, they would do something about it right now. Are they asking you to take it from 30 to 15, and that is the request of the state so that it can be 40 times safer, as Mr. Wheaton said?
It was a group discussion of the 30 to the 15, so that if the operating temperature was set at such that we would not exceed the 15 psi. So as a group, we discussed and said based on our team also, that we were going to change it from 30 to 15. Okay. The 4-to-1 ratio that Mr. Wheaton is discussing, that's a safety factor, whether it's the way the boilers are, correct? It's not just the 15. Yeah.
Right. So the bottom line then is that the boilers, if you bring them to 15 psi, will satisfy what I call the team. And the team is ABM, Govind, LAN is the program manager here, and Public Works. Everybody agrees, and the state. Everybody agrees that if you bring it to 15 psi, and again, that's not a function of the equipment, that's just a function of how you set the equipment. Is that correct?
Correct.
The valve.
With the relief valve, the most that it would go up to would be 30 psi.
So these boilers, and then if you don't mind, let me come in because all of this has happened. Govind, would you mind coming in? Do you concur with that? That these boilers in their current state, you all have made a team decision to take them, if you will, throttle that relief valve down to 15 psi, and that will meet with everybody's satisfaction.
If manufacturer comes up and
Of course.
gives that 15-pound and all the other things that has to bring it down, just only changing the relief valve alone to 15-pound is not going to work. So
Correct.
if you take the whole, so let me go back. Everybody's just concentrating on boilers. That boiler is 150-pound boiler, and so you need only 12 or 15-pound pressure requirement, so the boiler is 600 times safer. I 100% agree, but nobody is looking at the overall total system. That system is designed for 15 pounds or less pressure operation. Mm-hmm. That is where the safety issue comes up in a picture.
Right.
So
but
if all of that is reduced down to 15,
then we're good.
then once the certification is done, everybody is agreed upon, which I think I would be part of it, hopefully, then we would come out and say at that point, rightfully, that yes, your system is safe at that point.
Okay.
I have a question,
So
Judge.
as soon as I'm finished, thank you.
Okay.
So that is your recommendation, so that we can all, because I think what the court wants to hear is that there is not just a team approach, but a consensus that's where you're headed, that you're moving toward, you have 60 days to make this modification. Manufacturer comes in, just like the manufacturer did before, and does that certification. We're all in agreement that that's what the plan is. Is that correct?
That's the plan.
Okay.
We got to go see how it works. And I'm going to
but
make one other statement that ABM made. I was asked the question, and I gave my experience, that if state or city or any other authoritative jurisdiction gives you a timeline to finish in certain time.
I agree.
And if they don't finish it, you automatically get the red tag unless you go back and try to help or ask them to give you another extension. So I'm just wanting to
Yeah,
make
you'll
clarification.
get no disagreement here.
I just
You're-
wanted to make it
You're
clear.
basing that on your experience. There's nothing wrong with that. All we're saying is that, all we're saying is, do we have a plan? And the answer is the team in this courtroom does not disagree with each other. There is a plan, and once that plan gets executed, it sounds like that is, as they say, step one into finishing these boilers.
That's correct.
Okay.
Now, may I ask a
Second,
question? Okay.
no?
And
Second,
Just
okay,
to-
Ms. Breslin, go ahead.
just to clarity,
Yeah.
and I agree with what he indicated. The red tag is correct. If everybody just stopped in their tracks, didn't do
Right.
anything, in 60 days or sooner, a red tag would take place. But the discussion that was taking place was, we'll provide 60 days. We all know as an industry standard, if you don't do anything, you would have a red tag. But it was providing 60 days due to lead times and the process of getting all the certifications to provide to all the team members.
Correct.
At that time, we would keep updates with the state. If that needed to be elongated due to lead times, they didn't seem to be that 60 was a cutoff. Let's talk and see what we need to do, go through. So that,
Okay,
we're on the same
that's,
page.
that's fair. That's fair. Okay, so I think we've kind of achieved that piece of it. The second piece is that it was in JP's announcements, as they say, from the PowerPoint. And Commissioner Hernandez also asked you, but I want us to be very clear, JP, that the testing that was done has indicated that our pipes are intact and okay. So any of this discussion about rattling and bursting and is not factual. This testing that everybody, the team, I'm going to go back to the team agrees that the testing was performed. No one's disagreeing that they didn't really come, and that they really did perform this test, and the report shows that the pipes are indeed intact. And again, that's very helpful because that would be very concerning if we had to go replace pipes.
You're correct in all those statements, Judge. And in your package of information that we furnished to you, you can find a copy of that report, which shows the wall thicknesses all in compliance with normal standards, as Ron Wheaton has mentioned to you.
Right, okay. And then there's this, the last thing was this idea of, we ordered the wrong boilers. And Ron, you have tried your best in engineering lingo to explain that you ordered the right boiler, but there are certain accessories, that's the word you used, accessories, that need to be modified. Is that, because here's the problem. You get sound bites here, and then those sound bites translate into statements that, quite frankly, I get worried about. And so what I want to know is, do we have a plan? And it sounds like we do, and it sounds like a very good one if everybody does their part. But going back to the beginning, which is these accessories, are you inside this plan satisfied, or do you need more time to get satisfied that everything is done correctly? And again, I'm going to use the word you used in terms of the accoutrements, right? The accessories. I changed the word on you. I like it better.
So, the accoutrements.
Mhm.
So we're still waiting on some information on the accoutrements, so we would be able to review those, and obviously review the submittal process, the method of installation of the relief valves and things of that nature. So it's an ongoing process. It's moving forward, but we will be involved with it, and I think there's a 100% chance that everybody will be able to put that together as a team and agree on it.
Great. Okay, so we're going to go back. Commissioner Hernandez has a question, and we'll try to get out of here by 2:00. But Commissioner Hernandez has a question or a comment.
Thank you, Judge. And the only reason I'm asking this question is because I do have the best interest of the county. Okay. So the gentleman from ABM, you were talking about when you spoke on the phone with the state inspector, and there was never any mention of a red tagging. Was it ever brought up?
Thank you.
Was this during your 60-day allowance, or was it after your 60 days?
The discussion that I'm referencing was the meeting that took place on November 15th that included the county, LAN, engineers, along with ABM, and the mechanical engineers and Govan as well.
But the discussion, did you still, did you still have 60 days, or were your 60 days already gone?
No, we're in the 60 days now. We were still
still
within
are.
we were still within the first 30 days. And that's why we set up a phone call with the state and all the parties to discuss. And then we discussed what the plan was to move forward. And at that time, we talked about what the steps would be with certification from the boiler manufacturer, ordering of the proper relief valves, submitting of documentation to the state. And at that time, that's when Mr. Trout indicated, I'm going to be granting 60 days of an extension.
Okay. And that 60-day extension still exists?
Yes, and I think, JP, I have January 23rd.
January 23rd.
Yeah, January 23rd is what the 60-day timeline would be at.
Okay, I'm still concerned, I'm worried about those pipes that y'all said y'all did all these inspections on there. Did anybody, whoever did the inspection, that third company, did they give you, they're still good for a year, they're still good for 6 months, or, so we'll never know if they will bust and when they will bust?
Yeah, I don't think the statement they'll provide is what the integrity of what the piping thickness is today. They do not have a crystal ball as to
No, I understand
how
that.
systems are going to be and how things get deteriorated in a short period or long period. But sitting here today, the thickness that is there is in good shape.
Are those the original pipings from the boilers?
That I can't answer.
Mr. Whitten, Mr. Whitten is nodding yes.
Yeah, all indications are they match the original plans. They've never been changed. They will be assumed to be the original piping system that was installed in the building.
And this other consultant that came in and took all those inspections, did they tell you, well, they're still good for another 10, 20, 30 years?
They're not going to tell you that. What you can do once you get the report from them is look at it. If it says the pipe thickness was originally 3/8 of an inch, for example, and you still have at least a 1/4 inch left and you've used it for 40 years and you're good at another 1/8 inch loss, then you should be good for another 40 years. So you can make that calculation. I don't know that anybody's going to make that calculation for you, but you can look at it.
Them being, something like what you just mentioned, them being the consultants, when you hire them then to do this, I guess you would take it as them being your consultant. I would think they would at least advise you, look, this is how thick they are. You can expect for them to last another 20, 30 years.
Yeah, that's something that ABM will need to discuss with them, see if they can give you that report. We're not directly involved with that, but you could estimate it as I indicated to you.
Does ABM have any plans to discuss those?
We can discuss it with the engineer and the party that did the scanning. I can probably tell you with any kind of statement that's going to come is going to have a list of qualifications, but they cannot predict how the county is going to move forward from this day beyond. So there'll be a list of qualifications as to, it could be good probably for X years based on X, Y, and Z.
Okay,
but I'll be more than happy to reach out to see if we could get their interpretation of where the piping stands today, assuming that the piping was what was installed, say, 40 years ago, and what they think is what could happen over the next 40, based on past experience.
Mr. Govan, Juan, would you say if you're going to replace those boilers, would you say it's safer to replace everything? Pipes and all?
Can you repeat that question again, Commissioner?
I'm saying, when you replace the boilers,
Yes, sir.
just like somebody said, analogy about a car, Chevy and all this.
Yes, sir.
When you replace a water pump in your car, you got to replace the gaskets, right? You don't replace, leave the same gaskets.
You replace the whole system. Yes,
That's
sir.
right.
Yes, sir.
So I'm asking, you replace the boiler, wouldn't it have been safer to think that might as well change the whole piping? I don't know if that was included on the contract or not on the job scope of work or what. And
My understanding, Commissioner, is that it wasn't part of the scope of work. There was only a certain limited amount of piping that was part of the scope of work. And I want to go back to the Ford and the Chevy and this other stuff. And let me go back to that part. And I think we're kind of missing the point here.
Yeah.
I think if you buy a 650 horsepower motor and you put it in your car, right? And I don't want to say cars because I don't want to offend anybody, but you put a 650 horsepower motor, and now you got to tweak that 650 horsepower motor to a 250 horsepower motor. What's the efficiency of that motor? And that's the question that I got.
But it's like everything else. If you're going to be racing, you got to change the rear end and to hold up to the speed you're going to go to. But anyway, that's. I'm just concerned about the piping, and if it's going to hold on, and for how long.
So I believe I may have the proper information here, but we can go back and double check. As Juan indicated, the scope of work was not to replace the piping. However, I believe during the development of the project, which was presented to the county, there was condensate piping, I believe, which may have been presented with a option which had a cost related to it. At that time, the county did not accept to change that piping. But again, I'm going based on what I've heard. I would have to verify exactly what was presented to the county during the development time.
I wasn't here when y'all did the assessments to the buildings, right?
ABM did, yes.
Yes.
I was not personally here.
But ABM did the assessment to all the buildings, what type of work needed to be done or what they were recommending?
Correct.
And they didn't recommend the piping then?
As I indicated, my understanding is that I don't know if it was all piping or condensate piping, which was discussed along with a price, but the county did not elect to take that measure to be incorporated into the actual contract scope of work.
Mr. Govan, are you content with the explanations that we're getting about the piping?
Well, I was not involved in the contract side, so I don't know what was discussed between the ABM, Ron Wheaton, or the Public Works. So
Are you talking about the testing, though? Are you asking him if he's
I think-
content with the testing?
To replace the piping, should have been, if ABM did the assessments about the work that should be going on, the county, I'm just wondering why they didn't mention the piping in the assessment.
I think he's still in good shape.
I think if I understand your question correctly, is when the original contract or the original inspection probably was done, and again, my answer is going to be, because not being part of it at that time on the contract, I can't really truly answer the question why it was decided or not decided to change the piping within the scope limit of the project.
Well, then let me ask you this way. You and your profession, for as long as you've been in your profession, would you have changed the piping?
I would have done the thorough inspection of the system, and depending on what the system results would come, inspection results would come out, then I would have made the decision whether I need to change it or I don't need to change it. I cannot answer truly whether I would just blanket change it or not.
I understand. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, and just to kind of answer, going back to that 650 horsepower motor, if the 250 horsepower motor was bought originally, then you wouldn't have to be messing with the piping system and controls and all that stuff, because if it would have been bought correctly initially, then you wouldn't have to be messing with the rest of the stuff.
Yeah, something's going to affect something else.
Yes, sir. We wouldn't have to be going through this process. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The integrity has been tested of the pipe, and the pipe is intact and has integrity. So all these hypotheticals are very interesting, but what is important, the question that was asked, is that a independent engineer has looked at it, and they are performing the tests that are standard tests, and that they have shown that the pipe is intact. That was the question that the court asked, and it's been answered. And so
I think we've run out of time, Judge.
all of those other issues seem to be, as they say, Monday morning quarterback. The real concern is does the pipe have integrity? Is it intact? And the answer from your report is that it is.
Yeah, I don't know.
Judge, we do have the best interests of the county here, okay? I'm not advocating for anybody else or what, but I do have the best interests of the county. Make sure that our money's spent well and everything that's being done is safe for our employees and the people that come to the courthouse.
If I could provide a different way of looking at the boilers. look at it as an item that you buy with different trim packages. Okay? The boiler that was specified was a Bryan model number RV Romeo Victor 700. That model is the same model that's installed, the Bryan RV 700. So the unit itself, as Mr. Wheaton indicated, the body itself is the boiler. The trim, called the trim package, trim level that came with it, at that time the package came with 150 PSI relief valve. During startup, prior to operation, during the startup, it was noticed with the relief valve at 150 along with the internal control panel, the way that trim package came, it was determined at that time that we needed to change the control panel, and then in turn they did change the relief valve down to 30 PSI. So at this time, going through further review and with the discussions that were made that the existing system was operated or designed for 15 PSI, we know that piping is designed for more than 15. We looked at as a team and said, what we'll do is we'll take 30 down to 15. And again, look at it as the trim package. We're not talking motors and horsepowers, but we've taken a boiler system that came with a different trim package, controls relief valve, bringing it back down to 15. That will be designed, documented by the boiler manufacturer, along with creating the new ASME stamp that will go back on the boiler that represents what the exact equipment is. That's the process that's taken place. We don't have something that was this large that was designed and this big that was delivered. It's the trim package that came with the equipment. I'll keep it as simple as that. I don't know if I'm taking out of hand, Ron, but that's...
Okay, thank you. All right, well, we sort of extended the court to the limit here, and if there are no further questions, we will just move on, and we stand adjourned at 2:03 p.m.
Go ahead.
Is it related to what we were just talking about? Okay, can you be brief?
I've been here more than 20 years, so the testing on the piping, I haven't seen the results, but after I see the results, I can point out about areas I know that's damaged, and I thought it was going to get replaced with this project. Just to let you know, we're going to come back and ask for money.
Okay, you can report that to Public Works, who you work for, and share that with him, and then he can share that with the court.
It's okay.
Okay?
Thank you for your information, Bobby. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I know you're very knowledgeable.
Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
2:03 p.m. This is the season to say Merry Christmas, but I cannot tell you how much it means to me just to say the word hallelujah. We are done for today, and as they say, this has been a very interesting meeting, and it really sums up exactly what really government is to do and not to do. And because we missed the most important piece of it, which was the end of the year FEMA closeout report, I'm going to ask IDA to maybe have a briefing with each of you so that you can have it, because it's not something that you can just read, I think, and you've got to be able to ask questions. So we'll make certain that IDA gets fully versed, and then she can maybe verse you. And with that, we're wishing everybody happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and we're off to new adventures. It is 2:05 p.m. We're adjourned.
Did you